Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 8 in the Karen Reed case, where today we will have more lies, less alibis, and even more.
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Ken! 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 Ken!
Because Jen McCabe will be back on the stand. People were saying, oh, were he already done when we went home Wednesday? No, we still haven't touched 227. We still haven't touched bot dials. We still haven't touched her health data, which isn't health data, but is Apple Health. It's a different thing. Don't be too mad at Special Pro Sector Brennan, because that guy isn't the smartest. I was listening to testimony from the last trial, and Caitlin talks about picking up a dog that night. Could this be cover-up? She took Chloe home with her. We all speculated about it the last time, but they said it wasn't Chloe. Remember the last time, I think Brian said that Chloe was sleeping in a closet. So again, if she now claims I took Chloe home with me, it's another new story. So the only consistent thing is none of them have said the same thing twice in a row. But only us who have been here for 2 years know that. The jury don't know it. And that's why I said Wednesday, which I got some flack for, that AJ should relax a bit. But I still believe that new jurors coming in, seeing him yell at her, and she just gets to grandstand because Bev won't rail her in. He gives her the opportunity to be the victim and yell, she hit him, she hit him, she hit him. So I really hope that AJ also remembers this is the second trial for all of us, but it's the first trial for the 12 people who will have to decide this in the end. And I might be very wrong. I can tell from some of the messages that I got that I am very wrong, but that's probably because my low IQ. but I still believe that he did really well, but he gets into these headspaces where he wants her to say something, she will never say it, and then he just keeps pestering her, and I don't think it works. I don't know if you mentioned this, but if you jerk no. Hell, Brandon. How was the day with my grandson? It was really, really good, and it was really, really bad because on the way out of the door, my daughter looked at me and said, "Oh, I wish you could come over and take a stroll with him every day." So now I have to up the level of grifting so I can move. Because sadly, he's looking more and more like his dad. He used to be cute, but now he's just no. He's a sweet little guy. He was eating while when I came up there. The first thing he did was deposit a little bit of it on my shirt after. So good times, good times. He's a good little kid. No, don't do it the Amish way. Agree, Baker. He did better this time, but Cross has not gone well. No, I think he did really well in the beginning. He set her up and then let her croak, but he gave her the pulpit in the end. And if Jen gets the pulpit, she will use it. Buenos dias. Well, AJ, you knew this because you hang out with Gabby. Especially, yeah. And that's why I thought Alessi was such a good pickup because he has this slow, methodical build. And AJ had a lot of it. And then he just got into a shouting match. And if a lawyer shouts, the witness win. Guten Morgen. Yeah, it's just gonna hurt my wallet. If you move your phone a lot, it will record the flights, not buying the holding it steady though. He said if you operate your phone. He didn't say if you shake it around like you are in the Murdoch trial and trying to figure out how it works. He said if you're operating your phone, then it records as if you're going up hills, which we all know is bullshit. This is highly unlikely. This is the first time for the jury. Bet was way too fixed on this pool, so at a minimum, it got its share of McAlbert's plans. Again, if they got a share of McAlbert plans, the defense is really bad at their job. I love that everyone thinks, well, they planted 45,000 members in the jury. Well, the defense was right there. They had the same amount of strikes that the state had. And we had more than, I think we were over 400 people when we were done. It would take such a massive amount of luck that, because how many people can you coerce? Let's say you want to plant 5 people on a jury. Out of 12 people, the 5 of them you want to be on your side. There's 2,000 people who were summoned. No, 1,200, sorry. I think it was 1,200 people summoned. You want 5 out of those. How many did you need to sprinkle through? You would have at least 500 people who were in on it. The only true thing about a conspiracy is if there's 2 people talking about it, 1 is too many. Now you'll have 500 people because you can't just say, well, I put 5 people in there because the defense can strike people. So you need to have roughly the amount of people out of the jury pool. And that's 500 people. It's not that easy to plant someone. Can you get 1 in? Yeah. Can someone lie and say, hey, I really like the Alberts or Karen Reed? Yeah. But planting people on a jury is actually quite a big problem. You can buy them off after they are on the jury. That's the easy way. That's the good old way. That's how you do it, Italian style. Gabby is awesome.
You know, the felonies involved there.
Yeah.
Prison time and all that.
I know it's Friday, so I'll let your lie slide. But thank you for 7 months. Hey, Gabby. Can I get a refresher on what they are claiming the speed and distance for the car attack is now that Val is firmly awake? I can't tell you that because that changed.
Yeah, it sure did. Last trial, they said that the car backed up, I think, what was it, 70 feet?
70 feet.
70 feet at like 24.6 miles an hour, something like
3 miles per hour, because 24.6 miles per hour would have done the emergency brake system.
That's what it was. It was just under that, just under that. Now we have no idea. In opening, Brennan said 35 feet, I think, this time. But
she moved forward 35 feet and backed up 70 feet.
Oh, okay. There you go.
So that would put her in the bonnet of the Jeep.
Oh, yeah. It'd definitely be in the front end of that plow.
But Valhalla, you and I are nothing but grifters. And
Facts.
This is an educational channel. And I try to educate you as well on how to do the grift. So on my off day, I don't take days off. I scour the internet to become a better grifter. And I think I might have found the way to do it.
Yeah, I'm not happy with mainstream media. I'll tell you that much. At first, for me, am I a grifter? No, Potluck, you're not. You're a normal person that can appreciate good content or hard. But I'll tell you what some people consider good content blows my mind. Like I kid you not. Some of the stuff I was seeing yesterday with like the donations coming to the stuff that I was hearing, I'm like, this is utter vile disgustingness. And people are just like $50, $100, $500, $200, $100, $100, $50, $40. I'm like, this is what you people find to be good content? Like just making fun of people, insulting people, like saying things that are not true when you clearly have no idea what you're talking about, and then just spewing stuff so that it sounds good to your audience and you know you're lying. Like that's good content to some people. Like make that make sense to me. Like, yeah, I've talked about the glass a couple times about her saying she pulled the glass from it couldn't have been when when did she pull this glass from there? She got out of, or she went, Carrie said nothing about her pulling a piece of glass out of John's nose. And Carrie was right there. So, and she didn't uncover John's face before Carrie came over. Carrie uncovered John's face. So when she pulled that piece of glass out, like if he was gone, and he was by the time they got there at 6 a.m, he had no signs of life.
So that's how you become a A-list streamer.
Insult people.
Twisted Tragedies.
She stumbled on the answer. The key to the grift.
She figured out just be mad that everyone else is making more money than you, and then say they have shitty content. And Valhalla, you're a smoker.
Yes.
How many times have you sat in mid-sentence and thought, "Oh fuck, I can't finish this"?
The cigarette.
Her little.
My conversations, my thought process, because there's a lot of things that I can't finish in a statement. So
I've never not finished a cigarette.
No, but,
I know,
but
I
it's just yeah. And then we are sitting here, and he was just dead when he got there. You're on. Is it really that hard to leave your vape alone for 2 seconds? Just finish your sentence. Go back when court is on. You can sit and vape when court is on. You can go off screen for. I can't stand it with these. This is probably misogynist. I'll need a. Can I get a misogynist card, Mo?
This is an orange card of misogyny, and I'm calling you out because I know that you understand soccer or football, as you call it. So this is a orange card of misogyny. One more, and you get.
There's no orange cards in soccer. It's either yellow. It's yellow
and it's red. The next one, but this is misogyny. Yeah. You have to change it a bit. No, I just wanted to say I can't stand these ratchet women on the other side, and it's not all women. It's the streaming. They are so mean, so nasty, and you can just tell she's. Oh, I saw people getting $300, $200, $100. She's been on Peter Trago's because he's the only guy who.
She ain't watching my channel.
Who are we talking about? I guess I didn't know.
Please.
Irrelevancy.
For the record, before the court is
Irrelevancy.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial. So I was told that you wanted to see me, Ms. Gianetti?
Yes, please.
Okay, come on up to sidebar, folks.
Thank you, Jemima, for contribution to the swear jar.
Woohoo!
I think Mo got some of it too.
Oh,
Nice.
thank you. I'm pulling my stuff up because
I don't even
I
have my
ran over here from
Jeepers.
Mornings with Mo.
I don't even
It's not a
have my
vape;
chat
it's a
open.
douche flute, sir. Yeah, but again, I know that YouTube's dislike when you are when you're smoking on screen, so that's probably not a good idea to do. And again, wait 2 minutes till you're not mid-sentence to have a drag. It's
Well, yeah. I mean, I realize that all three of us on here have our vices, but you're pretty good at like when evidence comes, I can muster a bit of self-control. Although, Baker, did you manage to see Brennan has an IMDb?
yeah.
What?
Yes,
Clevin
he has a
pr-
glamour shot.
IMDb.
Yes, Hank Brennan has an IMDb. It's what I use to sculpt his face for my puppet. I'm Baker acting myself after this. I got his ball spot, though.
Joe vapes all the time, right? He might do, but again, Joe is doing constant live streaming where he just talk. We are doing, well, not on this channel because have you met us? But we do 4-hour segments where court is probably 3 hours. You should be able to when there's a sidebar, we have to sit and talk because nothing happens. But when Jen is up there, you can just do this. Hit a vape. It's more that it's mid-sentence. She's talking and then you...
Yeah, I don't like that. But I mean, it's not my particular, I'm not like super duper proud that I vape. So also my mom doesn't know. So, which is why I do it on the internet, like
Look
my
at the
OnlyFans
picture.
page.
Look at the picture this guy's got on his IMDb. This is like the creepiest, most psychotic
It is
looking.
the greatest thing. I had to look at his nose.
He looks
which
like
I'm
he's
still
about to take
bad.
your daughter to junior prom in that picture. That's what he looks
He
like.
does look like he's not allowed near schools unless he gets a waiver.
It's not just Peter. Thank you for streaming, guys. Thank you so much, Geeky Butts. But I think on law streaming, it's Peter has a very, very generous audience, and he earned it. So don't take it as any critique. I'm just it's more. Do you know when you sound like a grifter? When you're counting other people's money. I saw people getting 300, 150, 40. Yeah. You
And
know
Why
you
are
can.
you so worried about it?
doesn't.
Why don't you just worry about your damn self and worry about
Be
creating
better
a better
and
product?
And it just speaks of this really gross entitlement because this is something I like to do. I would hang out with you guys and watch trials or be in chat anyway. And
Right?
as a real normal person in real life, I know how incredibly difficult things are in this economy. So when we get, a sub or anything, I love that Baker and he let me borrow, the little tag so we can say thank you back because it's never, you're not entitled to super chats. You're not entitled to all of this. That's such a gross personal view.
We have 200 people combined on three channels right now. We're not the biggest. We are the funnest. We're not the smartest. We're probably the dumbest. But we appreciate each and every one, especially who is the one who's trying to stab Valhalla. Is it you, Brandon, in the back and steal the mod of the year? Is it you, Brandon? Valhalla. Sorry.
Listen, I am the 2024 Bakies mod of the year. It's not changing in 2025, y'all. It's not changing.
Iris, thank you so much for 18 months. Pretend this is pink.
This is pink.
Yeah.
Giggity.
And someone asked, who's the blonde? And my question is, which blonde?
Which blonde?
Yeah.
There's a lot of blondes.
This one is Esty. This one is it her sister-in-law or sister?
No idea.
This one is a journo. I'm not sure. It's not Gretchen Voss. This guy has a widow's peak. This guy looks like he should be on some list.
Oh, Paul is in the
this is Sue.
corner. No one puts Paul in the corner.
This is Sue.
Who is it?
Sue, NBC Boston. She's a commentator, not a journalist, so she doesn't have to be factual.
Ah, tricky.
I call her.
That's
I
what
call her
I
dumb
say.
a lot on Twitter.
Outstanding. So they got Paul all the way in the back corner, huh?
Yeah,
Is
I
he
noticed
pouting in the
that.
corner now.
Turquoise is
according
the new
to-
pink. Thank you, Unbalanced.
According to my Twitter that I read things on,
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
somebody complained that he was making faces to Karen Reed in front of the
And
jury.
actually, I'll
so
see
we
you
got-
about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
She forgot that it's half a day because it's Friday, and we gotta get down on
Please,
Friday.
Lord.
Friday,
Is it a half day?
Friday.
I thought it was a full day
No.
today.
It's a full
No.
day. I'm just saying,
Okay.
please.
I
I'm
have
hoping
to
that
go
her
driving tomorrow, so
her innate need for a White Claw will work out in our favor. And thank you, Tammy Fayette, for the super chat.
Tammy's awesome.
I heard another rumor on the Twitter thread I read that Paul allegedly had made comments to Karen Reed all the time when she walked past.
I did see
Farrell's
him
velvet
say
covered
something.
wrench feels so good. Oh,
Did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever.
maybe Farrell is trying to stab Brandon in the back by timing out Zach. But that's the last thing I read is he had been making comments to Karen. How's Baby Baker? Good. He what do you call it? Not puking, but
Tori.
they do babies.
What the hell is it called when they spit up?
When they spit
Spit
up the milk.
Yeah.
Well, we call it gulp.
Goop. Goop.
And that's the first thing he did was just on my shirt.
Goop
Aw.
is
We
my
wear
new favorite word.
turquoise on Friday. Yeah, and we're gonna get down on Friday. Ooh, it's Friday. Friday. Ooh.
Yeah, with Baby Baker, I recommend always having a backup t-shirt and possibly a supplemental backup to the backup when he becomes a toddler.
I
Don't worry.
How did
I
I
thought-
get spit up before Mo? How did that just happen?
I was still in puppet mode. That's why.
now I just did that'll be fine because there's always damage when you are around babies. But then because my daughter said that thing about it would be nice if you lived closer by and stuff like that, I had to go drive out to that town where they because they know what school he's going to go to and stuff like that. And they have only one store in that shop, so I thought I'm going to go in, check the vibe, see how the store is.
Court is now open. You may be seated.
And he looked at my shirt and he said,
For the record, before
got a
the
little
court is
something.
Commonwealth
Yeah, I
versus
took
Karen
care of
Reed,
baby.
22
That happens.
CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
He was lying on the floor, so of course, just to try and make it funny, I said, that's a little early in the relationship because he was on his knees. And he said, no, I was praying to mock her. I said, coffee break coming up? Yeah, coffee break coming up. Well, I like this guy already.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
We are fine.
Everyone said yes. and
So
no.
far, so good.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case?
Other than Alan Jackson giving Jen way too much time to yell, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. It's been going really well. But it's also in this confusing way. So we haven't really heard about the 227. Everyone is wondering 227, bot dials, whatever. I think I did some thinking because I was driving a lot yesterday, and I'm thinking he's pretty smart with not making it linear because he has so many timeline mistakes.
Yeah.
So we have to, even though he's a douche canoe, he's actually doing the best he can with a bad set of cards.
I think
Well,
that
yeah.
Alan Jackson can still rehab his cross from yesterday today or Wednesday today, right? They had a whole day break. It wasn't all that impressive in my opinion. I think today, if he nails today, it could still go really, really well for him.
I think he has to realize who he's dealing with. Jen is going to use every opportunity to get her version that she wants across this trial.
My truth.
So again, go in there and say, I'm going to ask you yes and no questions. I'm looking for a yes or a no. And then, go in with that expectation. And then, Bev is kind of forewarned because what she does is, I was going to clarify. Yes, but why I didn't say it in the grand jury, it is burned into the hippocampus that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I loved when she said, as soon as I remembered, it's not something you forget. Well, it was, because you had to remember it.
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Jen! 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 Jen!
I will not be making a Jen McCabe puppet. Look, my sanity only stretches so far.
Just make a Willem Dafoe puppet.
So today is a
Just get a Lady Jane one from freaking the
All
Mr.
right,
Rogers' Neighborhood.
Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms.
What'd you just say?
McCabe comes in. May we have Ms.
3:33.
McCabe?
That's
just,
so no.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no, it should have. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
Clear up the out of the.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door, 3450. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
I can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, 1 to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3.
Maybe he flew home.
It's 782 to 783. May I approach you?
Yes.
I don't know if this is working where he's going to show her and she said, I don't remember. Today, I remember this. You'll just have to serve it up and say, okay,
Actually,
so
Mr. Cade,
another
and
thing
for
that
court and counsel, I'm going
you
to back up
can't
just a
remember.
little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, so I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said, hello. And then I said, at 12:42, where are you? And then flip. I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. And then question. So the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer call?
No, not today.
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Fresh recollection, take a look at the transcript, Mr. Redmond.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe it, you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Fresh recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same page.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you look at 5 pages before, I said I think, but that was when I
Yeah,
asked you if
when I
you
said-
wanted pancakes.
May I approach?
The court
Yes.
reporter clearly recorded this wrong.
Yeah,
Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. Cage, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because
good girls. Good girls.
they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
Yeah,
That
she
I
just
saw
read
at
it.
that time.
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of
What was the question?
2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time. That's what you said, at least back then.
Oh, I missed.
That's part of what I said.
But keep your tone down. Don't hammer on this one, and let her stand out as, because right now she sounds like a weirdo. That's
Yeah.
part of what I said.
Also, haven't we seen multiple times in this trial and others that you're not supposed to speculate? You either say what you know or you don't know. And she's probably been admonished, like she said, I'm pretty sure I thought I saw. She's been told that. So she's playing this, rule both ways.
Yeah,
Of course she is.
and Sax loves it here because the girls are mean to him. It's just like high school.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously.
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with
It's so
many police
bizarre.
officers.
Yeah. I remember clear as day, I hit him. Even
Yeah.
though I didn't remember it in any of the previous hearings, I remember these weird people coming to me, but I didn't remember that I told him I'm my sister. And she has these, and this is what I think he should just do. Make her say, I don't remember, instead of then
Yeah.
hammering on to say, but didn't you say, because then she can get into the Mother Teresa, but I'm just trying to help.
Yeah. And I mean, again, the jury's going to see all of this. And you've got to expect that people are making notes of how her testimony has changed, all, not for her benefit, of course, but because Trooper Proctor didn't write down what she said. Apparently, Trooper Lank didn't write down what she said. Apparently, Trooper
court
Prince is
reporter.
a chick and therefore, didn't put it down correctly because she's jealous of Jen's beauty.
It's raining mens rea. Hallelujah. It's raining mens rea. That's good.
You were up
For
late,
real.
MG.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And I don't
Thank
think you should go into it. Just do a 5-minute bit of her saying,
Okay,
and
you can
I don't remember today.
Familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
No, she's going to read all of it because she knows she said some dumb stuff. And thank you, Anime Rumpy, for becoming a monthly supporter over on Rumble. I don't know what that is.
Nice.
I've never seen it before, but thank you so much, Anime. I can't figure out the Rumble things. And it's annoying we can't pull it up on screen.
Mr. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. But who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up.
Where are we going with this that she's not
Oh,
willing to
because
talk about?
she threatened Tom Beatty's daughter or whatever. So
No, but not
Brendan
that
doesn't
morning. It's
But is
about what
this-
happened on the morning. Right?
Well, is he setting it up that she,
Could be.
again, but this is also showing the jury a pattern of her claiming that this is what she's always said. And then you have to logic it out. So everyone she ever talked to got all of her statements wrong. Every single person from the grand
Hey,
jury to
Mo,
Trooper
Have
Pierce.
Mr.
or-
Mo ever listened to whatever you said? No.
There was that one day, that one
There's
time.
At
I
least
wrote it
7
down.
times. At least 7 times.
No, that's actually when he didn't listen. She was saying, I'm going into fold laundry. Oh.
That
Oh
is our secret
my.
code.
Rule number 1 of
You
grifting.
can't see a
don't-
laundromat without getting all Twitter pated.
Rule number 1 of grifting, don't admit you're bad at grifting. Wait a second. What kind of Danish voodoo is this? You know what rumble is? I know what rumble is, but I don't understand how things. I can't, because you can't figure your way around over there. And Joyful, we appreciate you as well. Thank you for 8 months. We almost have a baby. And he just yanks towels off there.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
That
Thank
way.
you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
Oh,
You said on that
God.
day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the
Can I see it again before I
that
lie on the
you
stand?
spoke with Karen
again?
Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you
I
don't
can't
remember?
remember.
What question are you asking me?
Baker, can we start drinking now? Because I can't do 4 hours
Hey.
of this.
I went out shopping because I'm going to a birthday tomorrow, so I had to go get some stuff. And I went into a wine store and I found a local mixed rum. And I said, what is this mixed from? And he said, oh, actually, it's me who mixes them. I think I have a sample bottle. Would you like something? And I said, well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. And he said, yep, 11:15 is the perfect time to drink rum. Your palate is really good at 11:15 exactly. Said, and it's 11:15. No better time in the world. So
I have
I-
always found that my pellet is better for booze before midday.
Oh,
I'm joking.
Can I
Can't
just
even
say, right now, with this line of questioning, it's not gonna. This is hell. And imagine being the juror who is sitting there looking at her, saying, "And I can't."
Thank you.
The concise, especially number of phone calls. I know who I say today I called, but can I see the? I would lose my shit and just walk out and say, "Yeah, you can call us when this lady has an answer."
Yeah, this is why I don't do peopling very well, because this is tedious and this is a waste of time. We are not achieving anything. It is a god dang hokey pokey of, did you say this in your testimony? Did you hand me a report? Can I read the report? And then I know what I'm saying today and what happened, regardless of the report. And then we start it again.
Whom
Every question.
did you attempt to
Pretty
communicate
much.
with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of
How
my
does she
exact
not
words on that
remember
day.
anything?
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memories, okay? Are you not?
Exactly. All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one
And you know, the
conversation
odd
is
thing
a bit
is
of
if
a
your story
challenge for
stayed the
me. But what I
same,
can
it's
tell
not
you
hard
is
to
what
do.
I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, Coach?
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
So, Mr.
transcript.
Brennan, will you draft?
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
You would think that it would
I
it
didn't
would
get an
be,
answer to
you
that
know,
question, Mr. Cable.
the same story in all of these if it was factual memory.
I'll look at it. Yes.
I'll look at it. That's no, it's yes or no. Will it refresh your recollection? I'll look at it. Well, then, ma'am, I don't even think you should have a driver's license because you can't seem to remember nothing. So you need a guardian ad litem at all times.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty,
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific
Good point.
questions about
Good
what I
point.
said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the
So you
same.
answered
If you
differently
ask me
based
who I
on the
spoke to, I'm
person
always going to
asking?
tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called
You didn't
Julie
tell the
Albert
feds
and I
that.
called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, Your Honor. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also
At 5:07?
call lasted 38 seconds, right? Sister Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out.
Thank you, Brandon, for a contribution to the swear jar. I am figuring out that I have to put on my telephone. I just sat there yelling, why must you answer so complicated? You're such an idiot. You make it clear that you are hiding stuff.
What time did Karen call her first and wake her up or whatever it was?
5. You can
It
pull up
was-
Smoothy Goosey has the spreadsheet. You can find everything in Smoothy
I have
Goosey's spreadsheet.
I have the spreadsheet in a message somewhere. I just can't figure out where it's at. I can't find it. Was it on Twitter?
I thought it was 4:57 that Karen called.
We'll figure it
The
out.
fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
Found it.
There's nothing.
Got it.
There's
I got
nothing
it.
nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
Nothing
I didn't say it was
nefarious.
nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because
Consciousness of guilt, perhaps?
No, I just use the
Yeah,
word because I think
consciousness
that's
of
how
guilt.
you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th,
4:53 is when they call Jennifer McCabe. Then she texts John O'Keefe, please answer. And she calls John O'Keefe. Then she texts John O'Keefe, Karen's word, we need to find you. Then Matt McCabe calls John O'Keefe. Jennifer McCabe calls John O'Keefe. Jennifer McCabe calls Karen. Jennifer McCabe calls her sister at 5:07. Jennifer McCabe calls John O'Keefe at 5:08, 5:09. She calls again. She calls Karen. She calls John O'Keefe. She calls Tom Beatty at 5:30, 3:47. So yeah.
Ninth. But by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told
Proctor
you
got it
she
wrong
wanted
again.
to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
No, he is someone whose daughter texted at 12:33 asking for a ride the night before. Remember when because Colin is a good kid, he had come home, he had washed his face, he had gone in and he has mushed his mother and said, Mama, Papa, Colin is home. I'm so glad I can spend time with you. Can I sleep at the foot end of the bed? You know how much I miss you. I'm just but a 17-year-old boy who has never, ever been in a fight in my life. I don't do social media. And that's really annoying because if he calls him for a ride 12:33 when he's already gotten a ride, it makes
would be
stupid
unnecessary.
Stuff. Yeah. So Jen McCabe uses that opportunity to tell Tom Beatty's daughter, who is 16-year-old, that she should stuff a phallus into her mouth instead of talking so much.
I do like what Jackson is doing here, because let's be real, we're never going to get Jen to admit that she's lying. She's always going to have said the same thing. What I like here is have every single one of their reports and basically say, so you are emphatically saying that you stated this to each and every officer and they willfully wrote down something else.
Yeah.
And then it again just
I can't help you. No, sorry. I can't help you, Holly Mac, because there's nothing that makes sense in any of the stories. They had to dig him free where there was no snow out there. Start there.
Because there are always going to be some people who are going to believe implicitly that Jen said all of this and it must have been people just paraphrasing her. That still underlines a very big problem in this investigation. If you have a witness clearly stating the bitch confessed, and they're like, possibly maybe said something sort of guilty-ish.
You know what I've found after all of these years of court watching is that very often cops write down something entirely different than what actually happened in their reports.
Yeah, but still, you don't notice that until you go to court for the second time, because you don't read that much. I'm lost. How did they end up at her place then? Karen just magically, even though they had been in constant phone communication, made up her mind and said, let me drive over to you so you can talk me away from going to Fairview, but going home again. Karen, Jen just made her coffee, sat there and thought, I don't want to go out and help her. I don't want to wake up my husband and tell him to go out and help her. I don't want to call Brian and ask him if he can go check if John is there. She was just sitting there drinking her coffee and waiting. And then Karen, luckily enough, went over there so she could go drive with her. I called BS.
Yeah.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember
Stop
exactly
looking
what
at
you
the
told him
jury.
concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it. My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
I didn't even hear it because Alan Jackson needs to find a microphone.
She directed Karen Reed to come to her house.
You also told, if I can be seen now.
Okay, we can just like that.
Oh, gotta hate
We
Brian.
know it's a bad day when we had so many sidebars in so short a time.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked tail light when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact,
Which Matt McCabe never ever testified to at any point before.
you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Ms. McCabe, did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
So not broken.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently. That's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
I don't know if she's panicking because she will just keep lying. She's a lying liar who lies. And
Bev's
sadly,
allowing it, so
Yeah.
she's not feeling that anxiety that builds up when you're being caught in a lie because Bev's allowing her to, is it going to refresh your memory? No, I mean, I know what happened. I don't need to see a report except to know what words I said.
and that's why I think AJ is doing better today than he did Wednesday. He's not harboring on as much as he was because he's found out if I ask her again, she'll just give me the same lie. So just put it in the jury, move on. Put it in the jury, move on. Put it that she every time she's been asked the same questions, she elaborates. Today, broken and cracked. It's not broken, and a crack is something that's small and maybe not even pieces missing, but broken is gone.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We have words, we have different words to explain different things. Just like,
This
a
is
crack
Sarah
doesn't.
has it right here. It's split and donated all over again. It means the same for me. No, it doesn't. It has exact different opinions.
Very point.
Oh,
Again, the
not
taillight was
opinions.
cracked and missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay.
So
Do
you
you
know
remember
it.
that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
She's been instructed to say it's not my words, it's their words. You can tell by the way she said that. Because the defense knows she's shit. The state knows.
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions.
I think if you ask which one is cracked and which one is broken, people understand what the difference is.
Yeah.
So this, I mean the same thing. No, you don't.
Again, this is not how you show truthfulness. If Jen was telling the absolute truth, it would be the same story. The problem is that her story changed so much at the beginning. She has to look at each and every one of these GD reports because she has to remember what the hell she said to, Trooper Joe Blow.
Yeah. And it's not Edcombe's counsel. It's she actually had the same counsel as the Dr. Turk.
I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one
Thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
Well, they'll get to Proctor later.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of
Yeah,
the
correct.
events that occurred?
I had to go to
on that
Georgia to
morning?
find a lawyer.
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple like group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
Oh, someone is puckering right now.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked right at the station.
Right.
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
It's running
I hate
back bill.
that fake. I'm a good person.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's get to all the meat and potatoes. I think this would be good.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or
But
what's
put this on a
contained on that
screen,
2-page
goddammit.
document?
Let the jury
Well, I
read
think she
it.
has to authenticate it and then they can
Yes.
publish.
What are?
Yeah,
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me what is that? What are we looking at?
She's
This
reading
is looks like a group chat with me and my sister Nicole. Oh no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes. Jackson, please, Mark.
Oh, sure.
The case for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took
I-
the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay, I didn't know.
May I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one and you have
I'll
one,
just leave
Mr.
that one.
Jackson?
I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that including others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text,
I do, yes.
and you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute, Holden?
Oh, for love of Lemmy.
yeah.
He's like, it's devastating for my case.
Let's tie the defense even more on hand and feet because so far it's not enough.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you give it to her, she reads all of it, then reads the answer. If it's favorable, someone put some blinkers on the horse. She already took LASIK. The problem is, you don't have to read it, and you can just tell she's sitting there scanning all of it to find out, where he's gonna trip me up. I need to think about an answer right now. That's my big problem. And I know she has to authenticate it, but I would still love to see it up on the screen, because the jury will just sit and hear them spar about, did you say that? Did you say that? And she'll say, no, 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 and they'll forget what it is. And I think Brandon is right when he says, find the big hammer, only the big hammer, not all the little hammers. You're not Andy Dufresne who's trying to get out of Shawshank. You just need to come and punch someone in the mouth.
And to be objective about
Yeah,
it, he
Russ.
has put out a lot of reasonable doubt, because
Yeah.
you have Den basically saying, I have multiple times to the jury, I told this story from the jump. So you have the entire police department not listening to a key witness.
Yeah.
And then you question the investigation. So it is effective on two prongs, though I wish we could just see Borowski come in. You'll answer the question. You don't ask
Yeah.
my counselors questions.
Yeah, answer it. Come on, answer it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before
Yeah,
you
you
consider
probably
any
should.
electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely
just
than not that
testified it
they
was her.
were the people who
Right.
sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages.
Yeah, that's
All right.
why I don't trust
So
the
now
jury,
that-
Brandon.
That's what I needed
And-
to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Yeah, she's just certified them, so she can't deny them now. Well, she
Or is
will.
there a way to, there we go.
Margaret.
And thank
we-
you, Holly Mack. And those memberships went to Granny Smith, Mimi, John Naylor, Lady T, and Super T. So congratulations. Welcome to the Church of Mo.
All the tea.
The witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
This is better than
Thank you.
the reading of the text messages, because you'll remember it better when
Yeah,
you
I was
read
just
it.
going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence?
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Kerry talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Kerry Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
So you're admitting you have bad eyesight and couldn't see a damn thing?
Yeah, that's.
Oh my God, put me in there. I'm Cousin Vinny.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant, had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please.
Yeah, we didn't see these last year.
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please.
That's a weird thing to write.
Every time I'm not trying to hide a crime, I always say, let's not do this on text.
Right?
That's my modus operandi. Always keep knitting recipes, the secret ranch dressing. It's always ranch dressing recipe your
Yes.
grandma gave you. Don't put that on text. Put hey, I just hit the body of a man in the front lawn of Brian's house. Oh my God, you're such a cray. I put that in text.
Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please.
So the day of, they're already trying to
What is the date and time of
hide
this
their
text?
text messages.
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
Yeah, we didn't see any of this last time I remember, as far as I remember.
8 pages. in
They talked
total
about
length.
it, but we didn't see it.
There's a page on the
Baker,
bottom, 021.
So was this all
or
gotten
8.
from the dump from her phone?
Yeah, this is foam done.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed.
We do have her Apple Health data, and it has a very, very strange reading because there is a very big gap in it. And she's also, I'll try and find it
It's sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
because it's quite interesting. And anyone who wants to find anything or look at anything, Sleuthy Goosey has an amazing spreadsheet. If you go to her Twit, she has a link in there and you can find everything. She constantly updates her. Her and Brandy is the document queens.
They are awesome.
And it's open to all, so that's so nice.
Yes, it is so nice, especially not knowing all the details of this case, to have a place where I can go and say, oh, I've been dumb about this. This was covered.
Yeah. You can just, and it's really easy to access. When they find John's body around... No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Sorry. No, I have her heart rate monitor.
This is why I would get in trouble in public school. I didn't realize I read incredibly fast and had ADHD, so I was always like, today, yeah.
Yeah.
She's got to come up with some excuses real quick. So she's reading a little slower than usual, I bet.
Well, yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
They'll find the Ark of the
Yeah,
Covenant
stand up
before
there.
this heifer's off stand.
Thank you. Don't have a separate copy for
I,
Ms. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand
No,
you
I
this
have
one.
it
Ask
somewhere.
this to be marked.
Okay.
A couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't
Brian Albert, not Chris.
believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay.
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You could just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you
February
want the top
1st,
one,
yeah.
the top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask for this to be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
in the evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brown?
Please.
Okay. So, yes, that concludes. 48.
Oh, good night.
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to making case.
Why are you giving that instruction again? You just
Yeah,
gave
and
it.
why didn't you
We get it.
do it with Garino?
Yeah.
With the court's permission to publish, please?
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text,
Mhm.
who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself,
Why is
my
he
sister
labeled as
Nicole,
uncle?
and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon,
Noon. Yes.
just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Oh no.
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
Whoopsie.
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from Waterfall?
Oh, sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that
suggesting.
Matt, I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay.
But John isn't mentioned, even though you are the closest of friends
Yeah,
in
and
the whole world.
wasn't Matt more of John's friend than her?
That's what she said.
Yeah.
So
She gets her phone call at around this time. That's when she has her first spike in her heart rate. 97. Then at 5:38, that's around the time she calls Coco. She has a spike again. Then her heart rate gets. Oh no, this is when they're driving the car and stuff. This is there's a 40-second. There's 40-minute gap here from the time they find John till she is in the house, and her heart rate stays really high inside the house.
How did it not record for those 40 minutes?
I don't know.
well, was it near her body? Because we have learned that phone and their connectivity and location data is affected by being near a human body.
iPhone 6 Model 4, I think. But she has a really high heart rate after they take John away from the scene. That's when her heart rate spikes. And then she gets up again when the police... She stays pretty consistently high, but she spikes after John has left. This is when they're finding John. That's when it cuts off. I don't know if she lost her watch or something. But
so a normal resting heart rate for an adult, if you're in good health, basically the better cardiovascular health you're in, the lower your resting heart rate will be. So 60 beats per minute, if you're in fairly good health, is
resting
kind of
means
normal.
You're sleeping though.
Well, it just means you're at rest or sitting.
I can tell you her sleeping heart rate because from around let's say she goes to bed at 2:30, 2:40 she has a 66, and then she runs. Her resting heart rate is above 66. She never dips under 66 beats per minute, and she only does that twice in the scale I can see. So she always have an elevated heart rate. I would get that checked out because she's running at 70 most of the day.
Hey, as a fellow woman who's living on caffeine and anxiety, I never thought I'd say this, but give Jen a break. Leave Jen alone.
So, so a 50-year-old woman should have a target heart rate where you want your heart rate to be when you're working out between 85 and 145 beats per minute.
Yeah, 120 is probably a good place to get a cardiovascular without gassing yourself.
So she's basically got the heart rate of somebody that's, running a half marathon or something.
Yeah, at the time where John has left the house.
No big
Or
deal.
has left Fairview. Well, no, it's not that high. If she's a runner.
Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
She's 48.
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house.
Yes.
This is in response
I bet you when she has Smexy time, she's thinking about the ceiling needs to be painted.
to that text.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Like Googling a
Next
227.
text, please.
The first thing she said truthfully. You are an error, ma'am.
Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you
Brian
about this
is
text, the
Coco's
last
husband.
text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well,
She's
remember
referring
the
to
first
Karen
text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
Did we fuck up? Do I have to
See where
hide
it
something?
reads-
Come on, I can't think that fast.
If
It's
she's
supposed
there,
to be Karen Reed
does that
they're
mean
talking
if
about. And I
Julie
think
is
Alan
at
Jackson knows that.
hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I think they're talking about the reporter asking.
I'm truly not sure who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please.
Who's the Channel 4 female reporter? Is that no, that's not Voss.
Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one.
Is that Christina
Right
Rex?
above it.
No. Sue is NBC.
Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole,
Show it.
to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please.
What?
They're talking
Karen,
about Karen
I'm
Reed.
guessing.
Who is this
Yeah,
from and
but
who's
that's
it
a
to?
weird way to phrase it.
This
to ask
is
if
from
you know.
me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
What's the time, Mr. Wolf? What's the
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Oh,
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
What time was it?
I would assume here. 2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please.
I thought they went over the timeline at the Albert's house.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This
So
is
left and
Yeah,
went
but
to Jen McCabe's house and continued working on the timeline?
Was this was the first, right? So that's 2 days after they did the timeline at the table with Cuckoo
Peggy.
or whatever weird name they give that chick. So why are they going over the timeline again?
Well, they got to get
Seems-
it down, Baker. They got to remember things.
Gotta get down for Friday, Friday. Ooh.
is from Brian to me to Nicole to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
What?
Who is this from and who's it to? Who's on the other end of that phone?
Phone to Carrie. And we handed the phone to Carrie.
First of all, why are you about to laugh? And who are
Yeah,
we?
what the hell is happening?
Okay. I hate to agree. All right. When I get really hurt or scared, I tend to start laughing, which is inappropriate at funerals.
She doesn't.
And
She
when I
gets
get
angry.
hurt.
She gets attacking. We've
Well, I
seen
know.
her.
I'm just saying I do this. So
Yeah, but again, you have that personality. She has. I'm a terrier. I'm gonna fight you. So she's changing her demeanor again totally. And how? Why would you say we handed the phone? Is it the royal we? Is she that obnoxious?
I can
Or-
see her calling herself Her Royal Highness.
Or is it we handed the phone to Carrie so she could give it to a first responder outside the house? So remember, she had the phone.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
They had them at the last trial, but he just asked her about it, and she's waffled on.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole to Brian to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
It's an interesting text.
So soon after the incident,
Who's this from and who's it
it
to?
really is.
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
This is within 3 days. She hasn't even been arraigned on it because she's arraigned on the 2nd of February.
If she pleads out, it'll end. If she fights it.
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
I remember
What's the
some of
timestamp on
these
this?
now.
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Gary Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically. Okay.
She was at
Earlier in the day.
Yeah, earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Kerry had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed her the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
Sorry. Massachusetts State Police.
came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
So he's
Carrie is a
clearly
talker.
listening.
Yeah. Moral
Yeah.
fund donation. I'm thinking she's not that important, just a liar in the conspiracy. And just remember, everyone else melted their phones. Yeah, well, today it seems like AJ has figured out how not to make her talk. Give her a piece of paper she can't lie about and put it on a screen. Because this is way better than what we had Wednesday, at least in the end of Wednesday, in my opinion.
Agreed. And to counter Lesko, Jen McCabe is the one that says the admission of guilt came from Karen, right? Without Jen McCabe, I did it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, but Carrie Roberts does claim to have an independent recollection. Again,
No, not anymore. She admitted at the very end that Jen McCabe is where she got that information.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I remember because it was I heard versus I heard.
Yes.
Yeah. And she wasn't asked
How
that
could
way.
I mix that up? Because
So those
I agree
texts were
with
missed
you.
by the trooper, but the feds found them, or am I mistaken? You are mistaken. They were mentioned the last time. Maybe Bev didn't let them read them to them, but I know we have talked about he never went into the house. That question has been asked before.
Some of these have been
Was that-
presented to the jury. Like some of these texts I've seen or read, so some of these were in, but I don't think he was this detailed with it. I think he just cherry picked a couple of them last
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, and I think that maybe he had assumed that, everything else, but I think it's good because this shows them working all in concert. We weren't told that we didn't have to talk to each other. We weren't told not to listen to the door, during an interview. It goes beyond the suspension of disbelief. If you saw this in a Hollywood movie, you would be like, this is beyond ridiculous.
Yeah.
All
Is
of
this
the above.
conspiring or colluding or obstructing? Well, it's conspiring to obstruct, right?
In reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police,
Yes, it was.
and that this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
Yeah, Carrie said she didn't know about
Who's this from and
group
who's it
chat.
to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you
Because you're an asshole who don't like her or what. But again, who's not in these texts? All of their acquaintances. It's always family first in Canton.
and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
That's new.
Yeah. I thought she testified
And who's this
earlier
from
that they
and who's it
weren't
to?
listening.
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
No one knows. Jen McCabe said she never saw her.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says,
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating
Mo,
Oh, sorry.
Mo, do you have any good friends?
A couple.
Have you ever lost
In
any
my
good
basement.
friends?
No, I
Have
keep
you
them
ever
in my
lost-
basement.
In my face.
Have you lost some good friends at some point in your life?
Yes, I have.
Some very close, near, good friends that you really, really liked and hung out with a lot.
Yes.
What's your
Does Fry
first-
count?
We
Does
can
Fry
do-
count?
Yeah, let's take Fry. 2 days after Fry passed, were your first thought, dang it, I'm not going to go see the basketball game?
Considering I've never willingly watched a basketball game, no. But I also wouldn't refer to Fry in a group text as that dog that died.
It's
2 days
just
later.
This
And-
episode's getting in the way of basketball games, y'all.
Yeah, and
this
I also-
stupid death. Couldn't he have died
Ugh.
in the next week where there was no playoff games?
Yeah, I wouldn't say, damn, it's inconveniencing me. You know, Shark Week is coming up on the Discovery Channel, and I'm going to be bummed now.
Yeah. It's
that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept was, as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
This is Court TV's 1 hour ago. How effective is Alan Jackson's cross-examination of Jen McCabe?
Wow.
13% says weak or horrible. 13 on Court TV.
82% said very strong. So Court TV
52.
even thinks
52.
some bullshit's going. Oh, I thought I said 82. My bad.
Yes, it is.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay, there you go.
So Court TV's buying into the
Court
defense.
TV is very
These
anti-Karen
text
Reed.
messages were on a private chat,
Yeah.
both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously,
Hey,
for any of
living
those
life.
texts to become public, correct?
Those, I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were
not
writing
the
the
question.
text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
And move for instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely.
Yeah.
Disregard that question.
That was
May
a
we approach?
commentary.
Yes.
This was a complete curveball. They used these texts on Matt last year, so Jen didn't see this coming at all. Yeah, and Matt was very loosey-goosey with his answers. So, yeah, I think, and they're using it the correct way this year. Last year, it was more
May I,
just
Your Honor?
try
Thank
to
you.
do
In the text that
gotcha.
we just saw,
Yeah.
you were colluding with other witnesses, recipient witnesses in this case, through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other recipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr.
Let's see if this works. Damn computers and YouTube. Lol. M's having
McCabe
a
said she
rough
could write a
time
book,
with some
she's going on,
buffering
in other words,
issues
she's going
today.
on and on. Your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
to my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically, her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. This is important. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went.
And
Correct.
you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes,
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
yes.
And just lower.
Yes.
I can't see any drops in connectivity.
I wonder what we're going to learn now.
I have
spoke
excellent
to
connection. I
Lieutenant
think
Tully
it's
about
you
this
and
very
Brendan.
same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked
Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD that had excluded themselves from the investigation at this point. Just again, side note.
to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe
So Michael
No, no.
Lank
If he
lied
said that,
too,
that
huh?
would be another example of an incorrect report.
so.
Everyone lies.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lang. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so
That's not what you testified.
Good thing it's only a murder investigation.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay.
It's amazing how well
It was
she
11 days later
knows
that
the
you actually
things she
testified,
said
correct?
that the cops wrote down wrong.
11 days later
But
from
that's all
after
she
the
can
interview,
remember.
about
Everything
10,
else
11
she's
days
got to
after the
see.
interview with Lieutenant
Amazing.
Tully that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Then I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those
Of course
days
you
were
had.
just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. The lieutenant showed,
No, he didn't show me a record.
he just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember.
Remember, they didn't have that little tidbit in her stories until the defense found it in the GPS logs.
Oh yeah, we
again,
did go over to that
they had
cop's house that's investigating the murder of my dear friend John. I forgot we went to his house.
and we just sat in his driveway.
My dear friend, that guy, Valhalla, you almost had it correctly.
Good catch, Mo.
Yeah,
Oh.
that guy who made me miss my basketball game. MFR.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything good? Yes, AJ has changed his style and have her answering yes or no questions now, and that's better. And now he's getting back to more fluffy stuff where she can kind of make up a story, and then she gets combative again.
The specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense? Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Wasn't it at 5
How are
in the
we
afternoon?
taking testimony from a person who can't remember anything?
Hey, she remembers clearly. I hit him. And the broken tail light that was cracked, that was broken. She remembers it clearly. You don't forget stuff like that. Mo, are you implying anything?
No, I was just questioning our collective sanity for listening to this heifer who can't remember yes to Wember.
Well, it's missing at 2 different points, so I guess so.
Thank you. Good. Okay.
I just want him to go back and because when she can start yammering, she'll start yammering.
Do you recognize the document though?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back.
Thank you.
For identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that appears to be a map, generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
Yeah. I'll see you, counsel, at sidebar. May I have that, please?
Sidebar, you're the best of side.
The page? May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page?
Yes.
Do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
Come on, suite number never went to the O'Keefe house. Come on, suite never went to O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Shit.
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1:30, 2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed?
So 4 hours later.
Yeah, that's
She went, the O'Keefe's house was at 1:30, and this is at 5:30.
Pointed on that map.
Interesting.
Yes,
What is that again? What is that location?
that is 1:30, 2022.
The location, the
Oh,
address?
I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34th Fairview.
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7. Do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
They didn't
Yes.
do this at the last
What's the
round.
date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1:30, 22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36, and this page is 5:40.
Yes,
Okay, take a look at page 8.
What? Where is he
Do
going?
you see what's pinpointed on that page?
yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's the date and time?
1:30, 2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
So they went to Fairview before they went to Michael Lang's house? I wish we had a demonstrative for this one. I'm lost.
yeah. I need him because
Oh, the
I'm
lag.
trying to write.
I think I have lag. I'll try and refresh. You have the floor, Mo.
Oh, this is terrible idea. Yeah, I hope he clarifies what he's trying to get out of this particular testimony, because at this point, anyone else know? Maybe her timeline doesn't add up, but
Of course it
there's
doesn't.
well, I know, but it's all the times and the Fairviews, and then the way she. Have you noticed that she says, January 1st or January 31st, 2023, or whatever she says it like it's a time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 131. 20.
So I'm trying to write notes and it's confusing and jumbled to me. So I keep writing it as a time and I'm like, crap, no, that's the date. And then, so I'm all confused.
I hope it's better now. Let's
hope.
You're familiar with Kenton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lang's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
So far, so good.
It could be with they have multiple stop signs.
Okay.
And due to the weather.
Right. Taking a look at page 9.
Yes.
Do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes, I believe it's the same one
Okay. The same address on
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lang.
Okay. And what's the time? What's the date of that?
1:30, 2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take. Correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1:30:22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lang's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mm-hmm.
So they weren't there for an hour. They were there for like 35 minutes. But you said you never went to Fairview.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lang's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lang's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area?
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
I think he's gonna get there now, because again, he just got to the very unbelievable thing that they sat in a car in a snowstorm for 45 minutes. But I hope he cheated up, but I hope he gets it in the hole.
He will.
I'm not going
You
to
actually-
pray for him to.
And I'm assuming the car was running?
Yes.
He had to be on full blast?
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear?
Yes.
It was freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house?
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop a child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th area before you went to Michael Lank's house.
Get to
We
the
drove by
microphone.
and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house.
Slowly stop?
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you go by?
What does that mean?
I think Carrie and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still.
Carrie said they never went to the house, and she said it's not on the way, and AJ said exactly. But he needs
Wait.
to get the jury to remember this.
So what he should ask is, so you're telling me you were both in shock and horror. You were traumatized. And he's like, she's like, yes, I was verklempt. And then he says, okay, so why did you do a slow drive by, a slow rolling, stop right in front of the, scene where that dead guy, your best friend, croaked?
That guy.
That guy.
There's something's jogging my memory about suspects returning to the scene of the crime and something. There's
I
something
think that's
Still trying to figure
arsenic.
everything out.
Stay there for 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house. No,
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
no,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Bullshit.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the.
Bullshit.
Set timer til 4 minutter. I've just set a timer for 4 minutes so we can see how long they were just sitting out there saying, oh my God.
Area.
Okay.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact,
But it wasn't on the
you
way.
didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago
Do
that,
you remember?
well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollections to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Take a look at that page, the top highlight.
We are still sitting outside of Fairview. only been a minute.
Oh God, and with Jen and Carrie
But we're
together,
just sitting
can you
here. Oh my
imagine that
God, oh my God, oh my
eternity?
God.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Mo, this is my third language. Never stopped by, but we drove by. You never went to 34 Fairview. I'm just asking as a stupid foreigner who doesn't speak English that goody. Doesn't it mean the same if I said we never went by Fairview 34? If you did a drive-by or you did a stop and go, or if you went over there, brought donuts, went inside, say, hey, anyone seen Chloe? Doesn't it mean the same? I never went by Fairview 34. All of these sentences,
No,
a drive-by,
here's
a stop and go.
here's Jen's problem. She wants to be pedantic. She wants to be precise and scalpel-like with, what she is saying right now. But she doesn't remember a GD thing. I mean, we've caught her in what? I don't remember. I wasn't looking for anything specific. I saw it through the peripheral of my eye, you know. So again, we have language, we have delineation, different words for a reason. So drive by or drive past means something completely different. This is why we use different words. This is why we call it Freudian slip, because your mind wants to use the word that most correctly defines what you're trying to explain, because good communication among humans is kind of important.
And again, we drove over there, sat there for 4 minutes looking. No, we didn't stop there. We just drove past. Oh, we never went there. I just hope the jury picks up on it.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving.
Mo, I pledge $5,000 in super chats to you. So I'll just go and write IRS and say, I donated $5,000 because it means the same to me.
Look, you can fancy it up however you want, but you are in a court proceeding and you have probably been admonished by at least the Commonwealth, your victims advocate, and everyone else to be precise and clear about your language. If you feel you aren't being clear, to explain things. If you're asked a question, words count, words matter. So this is just maddening. This is going to take forever.
Yeah, and she, the way she has started looking at the jury when she's answering questions to try to, I'm such a good person. I don't remember her doing that in the first trial. It comes off very studied, like Amber Heard, that look at the jury so they can feel your personal pain. Come on, look at them.
Yeah.
She
Baker,
seems so disingenuous.
You've been a juror before, and so have I. Have you ever seen a witness act like this in one of your, trials?
I've seen a couple of defendants doing this. I had one last month where he was just, hey, everyone, hi. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I should stop talking. We ended the day with him getting yelled at by another witness who is a cop who said, can you just shut up and let me talk and stop shaking your head? And the judge was, hey. The cop, because he was well known, and he was so, but I'm so friendly, and the cops just scare me. Yeah, while you have your biker club tattooed on your chest, and we saw the pictures of you swinging your micropene in front of the police.
By as you just drive by, so we just drove by slowly.
You just misunderstood
and kind of
what he
looked
was
at the
trying
scene.
to dance.
And
Yeah.
Ms. McCabe, I think you just said
It was friendly.
that you maybe even spoke with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole. No, we were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
That's another thing she had been instructed to say. As I sit here today, I remember.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Kamala, stop. Just stop.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions you may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McKay, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview?
This is kind of important. Just trying.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your? I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my
Your
memory.
Your
I don't remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lang's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lang.
5:03, 443, 543 or 553?
Can you backendate it?
543.
43.
Went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lang's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do you
I'm
have a
about to
while
shift
more? Okay.
Yes.
Can you remember Carrie's interview? How she retold this driving? I went over to Jen's house to pick up Jen and her kid to take to One Meadows. Because we like to drop off kids and annoy people who just lost other people. And then we drove straight to Michael Lang's house because my daughter was over there. So she went to Jen's house first, then drove to One Meadows to drop off Jen's kid, and then they went straight to Michael Lang's house. But according to this, they drive around for 30 minutes before they even get to Michael Lang's house. After leaving the O'Keefe residence, they go to Jen's house, they go to Fairview, They leave Fairview and then they go to Lang's house.
Yeah.
That's nowhere in Carrie's testimony. That's half an hour missing in Carrie's testimony.
I will say Carrie's testimony was so convoluted, it was hard to remember because she kept saying, like, we took our kids here and then there was kids there and so it was convoluted.
Yeah. And now throw holy water on Zach. What is Zach doing now? Now I wish I knew, because all of this is within very close driving. Oh, my internet is lagging as like hell. It's very close to each other, all these places. So why do they mess up their timeline so badly? That's the
Why
thing I
does
don't
she
understand.
not remember anything? I mean, again, why are we taking witness testimony from a person who can't remember anything except what she can remember?
She can clearly remember because you don't forget things that this important to you. But I can't remember anything like times, and I can clearly remember the two first times I texted him that fits the timeline, and then it doesn't fit the timeline, and now I forgot that I ever saw a car, but I saw tire tracks. This is the constant making up of stories. I need to be legally drunk in a few hours so I can't sign a contract, so I approve all day drinking and forgiving everyone of their sins. Brendan, you go for it.
Gosh, I wish that you could make that legally binding.
Yeah. And another thing, did they go to... No, yeah, maybe it's a witness. And ring door cameras on Fairview Street where all the cops live. There's no ring door. They did canvass it. No, everyone said we don't have anything.
Ah. I will say that I think that he has done a better job today. I think he's figured out, and unfortunately for Jen, he had a whole day to strategize as to how he was going to tackle this better.
Did he strategize and became this antagonistic to her on Wednesday? Is it the well, I can't play 4D chess because I can hardly play chess. So is this 4D tic-tac-toe? He sent her home and prepared for another bout of I hit him, I don't know, I didn't hear that. And then he just turned down the gear and went very specific to fuck her up.
Yeah, well, I think he realized that he's not going to get Bev's help. Bev is going to allow Jen to talk over him to, is that all of your answer, sweetie?
Yeah, but this case is just effed up because there's no investigation, but you still have to have the jury see that's why it's so effed up. And I think he's doing better with her today than Wednesday, because I didn't like where we ended Wednesday. He lost control. And maybe he slipped control to let her go back and think. And then she came in today ready. We saw it in the beginning. She was ready to, I didn't see, I don't know, I wasn't there. And then she came in and, was that you? 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 And she kind of got quiet fast.
Didn't Carrie Roberts specifically say they didn't go to 34 Fairview in her testimony?
Yeah. Because
she was
it's
like,
not on the way, and he said
we wouldn't have gone there. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
If you listened 20 minutes ago when I said exactly the same words, Jamie, sometimes you should watch the show. It's pretty good. Literally tracks GEO data from the feds to discredit both Jen and Carrie. Now there's Carrie's timeline, Jen's timeline, and the FBI's. I believe they had this the first time.
I bet I know whose is the most accurate.
But
so
you need to have the jury on board with this.
Yeah, and I think what the defense has done better this time than they did in the first trial.
Hey there, Karen Retrial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials
It's like
That guy's so
hi-
annoying.
It's like
He's so
Caitlyn
annoying.
Jenner's voice out of nowhere on Fox News. It's like, what? It's like that startled baby. Like, what am I? Okay. I do like that the defense is going two-pronged on this. I know I've said it before, but I like that they're both attacking Jen McCabe and the police investigation at the same time. Because you don't have to buy into the Alberts and the McCabes being part of something nefarious. You can just go with the more, maybe reasonable for a lot of people. The cops just did a craptastic job.
Yeah.
Well, the next question that pops into my mind is, why did they go to Fairview? Did they have somebody else in the car with them?
Because we was shock
did
and
they just stop
horror.
by?
No, I was
Or did
shock
they-
and horror, and I just had to do a drive-by. Who is the Hispanic lawyer who used the giant demonstratives? They need to get him there, just keeping the local print shop in business. Well, in Sarah Boone, we had what's his
Todd
name?
Owens.
Yeah, Todd
Owens.
Owens, who got really mad that he couldn't use his big demonstratives, and when he then finally got allowed to use them, he didn't have them or something like that.
Outstanding.
He's had better trials.
Hey, you sit down here in them here big cities, and I'm just simple country folk, and I'm so glad that when we come big city, oh, the good old people take good care of us. Shut up, idiot. You make more money than anyone on the jury. Don't do the, I'm just a poor country boy coming in big city.
He sure tried that, didn't he?
He really did.
Who's the one? Bias.
Oh yeah, with the Casey Anthony.
He did something else more recently, I think.
Isn't he? Yeah. What was the case everyone was looking forward to, and then it either
Isn't
pled
he
out or
on the
got dismissed?
Clenny? No,
No, she's not
Clenny.
the Courtney Clenny. It was something that popped around the same time, but everyone was looking forward to covering it, and then
Yeah,
it
I
went
can't
away.
remember.
Did it get? No, it got postponed to later. Maybe it is the
Adelson,
Clenny.
Donna Adelson,
Oh,
possibly.
Why don't we just Google?
it'll be
See
too
what
easy.
pops up.
Nah. Let's wildly speculate.
Oh, they don't refuse to serve me alcohol in Dollywood because there is no alcohol in Dollywood. So they can't even refuse me.
That's true. Oh, I don't want your stupid. Ugh.
I will never forgive Owens of robbing us of pro se Sarah.
That
We are
son of a
getting
gun.
ready.
Your high honorness, I thank you for your time. You ruined my life, you son of a... And you never taught my lawyers objection. Well,
Oh, he also represented Aaron Hernandez. That's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Before
he's
he
Shayna
ended
Gardner.
himself.
Oh, right.
Represented Harvey Weinstein too.
The lawyer was short and walked like a penguin. His accent was a thing on. Well, I know which lawyer who walked like a penguin and had quite an accent.
Honey, I'm taking you to Paris and I'm gonna get you a Louis Vuitton bag for God only knows how many thousands of dollars because we have somebody else's money to live high on a hog, right? He's not
To live high on a hook. I love this guy.
for God only knows how many thousands of dollars because we have somebody else's money to live high on a hog, right? These documents don't deal with this.
Can we beam him in?
Jen!
Oh, he was representing Megan the Stallion.
Why was she in trouble?
Not Megan the Stallion. She was shot in the foot.
Oh.
Uh,
They made like
Lanes.
advertising
Shot her in
because
the
she's
foot.
a lady, so she can't be a stallion.
I'll try and read it because I get lag all the time.
So Tory Lanez was who he was representing, and that was the female performer that shot Megan the Stallion in the foot.
Oh,
in like a studio or something, or a club, or it was ridiculous. Okay. I'm done with that
rightio.
rabbit hole. I've gone far enough down that rabbit hole. I'm good. Jose Baez has represented a lot of despicable people.
Yeah, he kind of does feed into that stereotype of a slimy defense attorney.
Yeah.
But again, if you're a great defense attorney, you will have really bad clients
Yeah.
because it shows you're a good lawyer. I have to restart my internet in the break because it's bad today.
You're lagging a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. It's so annoying that I have 1,000 internet, and today it's just like
Did you guys switch all over to green energy? Are you guys pulling a Spain and Portugal?
They're getting that high-speed Russian internet now.
no, because every time they put a cable down in the what we call the Eastern Sea, funny enough, American ships are in the area, and then it just breaks.
Dang Americans.
About, Baker.
Damn Yanks. None of their
Those were
messages
war
say how much they
games.
miss him. Danny T,
Not
that's
one.
one thing I like to point out with I'm going to miss my football game. No one said, I'm so sorry we missed John, and
I can't believe he's gone.
Yeah, and
nothing.
What did they concern themselves about? If she takes a plea deal, this goes away.
Well, that and tell him the guy never came in. I like how Matt, who was closer friends, according to Jen's testimony, was like, tell him the guy never came in.
The guy.
Well, actually, it was a German yacht that was in the area where it happened. Yeah, the only problem is they have this certain way of blocking certain things.
I'd be upset about it, but America does it too.
We can't get we don't have Starlink in Denmark. I was actually looking because I was looking with that house because of Baby Baker, and I thought, hey, can I get some solar power and save on the electrical bills? Because it's kind of a cheap house, and I'm going to throw like $20,000 in a solar, and it'll earn itself home. But I really like those tiles that Tesla make. It's a way more expensive, but we can't even get the solar panels from Tesla in Denmark. We can get the battery, but not the solar panel.
I just saw something about Starlink's got some new program where they're trying to push it to a bunch of new users, but I didn't get the details.
How do you not have Starlink? We have that little shitty town I would looked at maybe buying a house in where there lives, I don't know, 1,000 people max. They have high-speed fiber internet. Why don't you have that everywhere?
I have high-speed fiber.
Yeah, but how much was it you set aside for high-speed fiber and not 1 meter of cable was put in the ground? 32 billion, I think it was.
Yikes.
Well, Rome wasn't built in a day. It's only drunk in a night. So, no, everywhere in Denmark will have high-speed internet. So there's no reason to have these solutions in Denmark. We are actually going to so a lot of them who uses the 5G signal, and I just don't, because I can see how shoddy my phone is sometimes. So I'd rather just have a plug-in, even though it's acting up a little bit today. But it's Friday, ooh, and it's 5:30, so a lot of people are probably out streaming "It's Raining Man" while they're grilling.
Just drunk, frolicking with a umbrella as you do in Canton.
As you do, as one does.
We always used to do this because it's a joke in the family. You have a sad family because that wasn't a funny joke.
I just get the picture Jen trying to make this happen like Will Ferrell in Old School. We're streaking toward the quad. We're streaking.
There's no sound from court, but the CC picks up something sometimes. Right? And can't watch that. She'll see, about it, but it's about, I don't know what audio they're picking up. Coach her all day long. There's no audio. But the CC picks up something.
Well, let's leave that up. That could get
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Frolicking and butt dialing, it's Friday.
82% of court TV viewers said that they think Jen was being untruthful.
You read
You know what?
numbers
My faith in
as
humanity
well
is
as
going up.
the one I pulled up was 52%, and
I saw it 82 as well.
yeah,
You sure
but
you didn't misread it?
Well,
You're
I
drunk
think the other
95%
numbers
of the
were
times.
higher.
I'm not drunk right
So-
now.
Well, that sounds like a you problem, right?
It sure does.
I'll do it so I can embiggen it.
Mr. Wolf in Big and It.
I also may need glasses, but that's a different story for a different day.
I
Yeah,
don't know. It's America and it's Canton, but if it was 82, that would be it would be like an Iraqi election. Oh,
No,
Saddam
it's
Hussein was
going-
reelected with 200% of votes.
No, Baker, it's going in proof in honor of Canton. So it's like the proof in alcohol, it's 50% below that. So it's, 200%, like Brad Leon would say, it's 200% correct.
200% correct.
Time is a construct.
That boy.
Is it time to chug beer yet? Nope. We'll chug at the end of the show as always.
3:45, I think she said we were going to go to today. 3:30.
It's 81.
3:45. See?
Oh. I would have rushed over and opened it if there was 3 X's. Giggity.
How you doing?
Love that people say, I sent you a message, so now I can go and run through all my...
Not a Twitter message, not a Discord message, not an email. Got to check them all. It's like a treasure hunt.
Ooh, vodka tea? That sounds like a...
Oh.
Vodka tea?
Oh. Well, that was from
Nice.
2 minutes ago.
Oh, no, this is an older one. It's Aiden
Oh.
had shared it, but it's half an hour ago. But
Nice.
again, these are seasoned court watchers on a channel that's heavily anti Karen Reed, and it's also
That's
people
more
who-
impressive, in my opinion. The commentators are over there telling how ridiculously guilty Karen Reed is, and even the court TV chat is like, nah, this bitch is lying. This bitch is lying.
I mean, I feel compelled to pull out the Dave Chappelle, quote about Juicy
Gotcha,
Smollett
bitch.
because he was
Ow.
clearly lying. Our silence was support because he was clearly lying. Now, obviously, I can't do that verbatim because there are some words that are no words.
Judy V. We are so happy to have you here with us, also for 7 months.
Heck yeah.
I was at the shop earlier, and there was you can't buy a hard liquor until you're 18. Yeah, I know, communist country. And there was this mom with 4 teenage daughters who were probably getting out, getting crunk. First of all, that she said to one of the girls, "You better take this one," and that was a over-the-counter chlamydia test. And she was like, "Why me? I'm not the bad one." I was, what?
Wait a minute. Hold the phone. You have over-the-counter chlamydia tests?
Yeah, like pregnancy test and chlamydia test. Yeah, you can buy that at
I
convenience
have
stores.
never. Those are
Why
not.
don't we have over-the-counter chlamydia tests?
I would give those to people for birthdays like all the
Right?
time if we had those.
But then they were telling her, get that one, and the mom, she was buying them some. She was buying raspberries and vodka. This is going to be a great night for these young women.
It's going to be a terrible morning.
3 bottles of that vodka on the lowest shelf, and the mom said, "Oh, this sounds like headache vodka," and the cashier was just like, "Yeah, whoa, you have to be 18 or younger to drink this. Yeah, no taste." And these kids were just like, "But it's good, mom." No, you just get drunk. That's the good part about it.
Yeah. Very observant of you. Good call, Sticky Widget. Good call.
Danny T.
Whoa.
Why?
Whoa.
She hasn't touched a pigeon in weeks.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
She is fostering that new koala bear.
No, it's the Mexican pigeons. They apparently have chlamydia as well. Well, it's not been that long of a break. It was a 15-minute morning break. It's only been 33 minutes. So again, it's did you miss anything? Yeah, you actually missed something quite interesting. And right now, I wish I could do like a map of Canton and plot in, because Carrie Roberts said, "I went from my house to Jen's house to the O'Keefe house to Lang's house," because they had that, hey, let's chuck kids at the house where people died. And they never went by Fairview 34 because it's not on the way. Now we have GPS coordinates proving that after they left the O'Keefe house, they drove back to Jen McCabe's house. From Jen McCabe's house, she drove to Fairview 34, where she waited for 4 minutes doing a drive-by. It's a really slow drive-by. Really never talked to anyone, didn't stop there. They just drove by and said, "Oh my God, remember what happened?" And then they drove to Lang's house and was there for 45 minutes at 5:30 in the afternoon. And she vaguely remembers going in to pee. And then they drove home. So either Carrie is lying, she's lying, or gird your loins, everyone. They're both lying.
Whoa.
That can't be possible. They coordinated timelines. They were on the same cycle of timelines.
If I was a juror, I would be wondering why a police detective in that chat string didn't say, "We can't be talking about this," if there's troopers there. Yeah, and we got confirmed that they overheard what Carrie were talking about, and they were so distraught about the loss of John O'Keefe, they were mad they couldn't go to a baseball game.
Basketball.
Hey, Money G.
Hey, Money G.
Christina Rex said it was a 15-20 minute. Oh, yeah, so they'll be back within an hour.
Give or take.
That or Brennan's like, I don't think those texts should have been allowed because Karen or Jen wasn't allowed to, explain how she could have misremembered the text.
I just hope we get something that blows up and we can have half a day. I have to go go to a birthday party tomorrow, so I really hope that.
I know I should be totally like this should be my Super Bowl and I should be totally stoked, but I could totally use Bev calling a half day on today.
And because we got spoiled with the day off yesterday. It's like
That's
it's
the
Friday, but
problem.
it feels like Monday. You know what I mean? You're
Yeah.
just getting back. It's
That's
like, ah.
Valhalla. That's the problem. She set us up for failure with the Thursday
did.
off.
I blame Bev. I blame Bev.
I do.
You all know that we are but incompetent streamers, so we have to go check out greater streamers than us.
Ooh, learning things from betters.
Uh-oh.
Like, come on. This is just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Like, come on. This is just like, what are we doing here?
Krusty, I have to agree. Finally, even Krusty has realized that this is a waste of time.
And I am suddenly realizing that you can totally see my bra through my shirt.
Yeah, I thought it was a choice. It's a fashion choice. But...
Just, not paying attention at 4 a.m. when I was being dressed.
You're just now noticing?
Everyone,
I don't tend
please-
to stare at my own cleavage as much as one would think.
Please, everyone, be quiet. Be quiet.
Oh, no.
Jen! Jen!
Hey.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Jamie.
What's going on?
You know.
I mean, I heard people talking about chlamydia and I had to show up.
Now know what to put on the Jamie signal.
You guys are just bashing on the poor little chlamydia pigeons.
I am a fan of pigeons. I like
Is that
them.
what happened to
Have
Mike
them.
Tyson, do you think? Because doesn't he have a lot of pigeons?
Now Kith.
Does
you
he
see
have
he's
a lot
got
of
that new-
pigeons?
Yeah, he's always had pigeons.
I don't know the lore of Mike Tyson. So.
Yeah, he's from like the roughest area in New York City. They used pigeons. He had pigeons. That was his thing.
So he befriended them and loved them all his
Well,
life.
One time he beat up a guy because the guy ripped a head off one of his pigeons, and then Mike Tyson
I
went
would-
ham
I would.
when he was
I
like
would've
10.
too.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would.
When he was like
I would
10, the
be
guy
okay with
apparently
that.
was like 15 or 17 or something. Mike Tyson was 10, and Tyson whipped him.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Look at you. I love how Valhalla's Mike Tyson.
I watched. I like to, when I'm on my downtime, watching old school wrestling podcast who do breakdowns of old wrestling. They had the first Raw where they had some comedian who could do voices, and he was doing a Mike Tyson. Yeah, this is Mike Tyson. What are you all doing? And there was just, that's not Mike Tyson.
That's not Mike Tyson.
And apparently they went into ad break and he was still sitting there yammering. I think Vince fired him after 2 shows or 3 shows. But he was just, yeah, guys.
Can you explain to me what happened to Hulk Hogan and why
Roids,
he's decided to
Coke,
channel
and ladies.
Jack Murphy?
Brother. Jack Murphy. Oh, with the beard?
Oh, the two-toned? That's Hollywood Hogan.
That's Hollywood Hulk Hogan. That was a while ago. I don't
So
think he's even got that
Jack
anymore.
Murphy copied Hulk Hogan?
Possibly, actually.
Could be.
It's a choice.
Sometimes I can do a Chris Eubanks.
Who?
Chris Eubanks is an American, a British boxer with Nigerian roots.
And he has this weird high-pitched voice where he talks like this, and then he has a weird accent. I can't do it right now, but it is kind of like this.
And there's a comedian who makes fun of him, and then he steps into the studio, and the comedian gets real quiet. This is Hollywood Hulk Hogan back in the day, because he turned heel,
my God,
so he
the
had to.
vibes coming off of this man. He would be in charge of the HOA here in my neighborhood.
And I can just say
Actually,
one thing.
might be.
One thing only. He is absolutely roid free in this picture.
Clearly. Clearly, at 50, this is a natural physique.
He's as natural as the
Hard
rock.
work.
He has
Lots of
he has
protein.
the Chuck Norris Ultimate Total Gym. He's doing the Christy Brinkley. How dare you? He has a total gym at
How
home.
dare you?
Yeah. And he's on total male vitality.
Yeah.
Yeah, an alpha brain.
He is like 70 now, Sue. That was like 50-ish. That was in like the early 2000s.
Yeah, he got booed out of. Yeah, I don't have Netflix, so I don't know. I don't even know if we get the signal over here, because I used to have the WWE network, and then I watched all the old shows, and then I started watching Roman Reigns and John Moxley, and then I said I can save those $10 a month.
Good call.
Yeah. Why have a network where you don't play Raw for the rest of the world? Oh, well, it's because of the TV rights. You don't have any TV rights in Europe. So if you want us to keep up with your programming, maybe show it. No, it's a full day, but their 15 minutes break has now lasted 43 minutes.
That checks
Yeah.
out.
Oh, I mean,
Something's happening, because sometimes the pop's a little CC and it goes away again.
What if they're
Yeah,
what if
I'm-
they're actually in session, but the camera just forgot?
Wouldn't we have seen something on the tweets about that?
I don't know, but we're seeing the closed caption.
Yeah, but there's not constant closed caption. It just
Yeah, I'm wondering if Brennan has a hissy fit about something, or Jen's,
I can't see anything anywhere. So I'm I think when we talked about that text group with if she pleads out, yeah, I did mention it happened before she was arraigned, right?
Yes, you did. So
Yeah.
that was I think 2 days after, and she wasn't arraigned until the 3rd.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, so if she just pleads out, they were already, before she was charged with anything. Oh, you are on mute. You all need it. Yeah, we all need it. Hasn't Netflix bought WWE rights now? Yeah, I think they have, but I don't know if it's for pay-per-views also. And I don't know if it means that I could watch Raw in Denmark, because we've never had any TV signal. Back when it was Saturday Night Superstars, I think it was called, we had one channel who bought it, but we never had Raw. How it's been going? It's been going better than expected. She perjured herself a couple of times. They showed that they were colluding behind the scenes. And as I just mentioned, before she was even arraigned, they said, oh, if she just pleads out, it'll go away fast.
I personally can't wait to see how Jennifer Coffindaffer explains away all these secret meetings and tells the world how it's perfectly
how
natural
did Jen
and
react
acceptable.
how did Kathy Daffy react to Jen lying to the feds, or I'm sorry, misremembering her memory and the Hulvra?
She will bend over
She
backwards.
actually, she did. She went on a whole tirade. She did an entire live stream about how it wasn't perjury, because you have to have intent with perjury, and she simply forgot, and that's different than intentionally perjuring. And she
So
was
the
very, what was the word she used? She was, what was the word? She used some word for miffed. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about, lady? You're an idiot. Go away. She was incensed. That's what she said. She was incensed by the, I've got goats screaming in my ear. Sorry, I'm getting loud. She was incensed by the fact that people were claiming she committed perjury. She was incensed by it.
She lied.
She did lie several times.
And then,
I'm sorry. I just need to break to show this before we go back to court. This is so cool. NFL athletes, we fighter pilots. We do similar exercises at the FBI Academy to teach action versus reaction. I don't know where the fighter pilot is because both of these are Formula One drivers. But again,
They are?
Well, the black guy is Tyreek Hill, I think, right?
oh, well, he's wearing an Alpine suit, so that's a Formula One suit. But okay, then it's an NFL player and a Formula One driver. It's not a fighter pilot.
Maybe
So,
it's a fighter pilot that's doing some celebrity Formula One thing.
I'm pretty sure Lawson isn't doing anything.
Oh, you know exactly who that guy is?
Yeah, Brandon, isn't that Lawson? She's such an idiot. At the FBI Academy, we did the same. No, you didn't.
And it's 2 years old.
Wow, but we appreciate your patience.
Thank God.
What? Why was the closed captions pregnant? Go back. It says pregnant on closed captions, and I was just
Mr. Cave, I want to shift
wondering.
gears to some phone calls that you had with.
Someone got a super chat.
Oh, it was me. Shit, my bad. Thank you for doing this with Baker. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate you.
Trooper Michael Proctor back
Appreciate
in
you. I had the wrong
January
channel.
of
My bad.
2022, moving forward to February and March.
Oh, it's Esteban
go
Ocon.
ahead, Coach.
Sorry.
Yes.
Esteban?
Esteban Ocon, yeah. He is a Mexican driver.
So there wasn't a fighter pilot in there?
Thank you.
No, it's Esteban Ocon. He drives for
Recognize
Alpine.
those
Or
documents that I
used to
just
drive
handed
for
you.
Alpine.
Yes, this first
Can you
one
believe
looks
the
like
community?
a Verizon record of my
To seem more soft to the jury.
phone.
It's not working because she's still Jen McCabe.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Is it Pierre Gasly? Now I'm getting confused.
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay, I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Oh. Thank you, MLS.
And for identification.
Nice. Nice. Outstanding.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls. Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here.
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
It was Pierre Gasly. Thank you, Dave. I am more than happy that I get the opportunity to do this with Valhalla and Mo. Jamie, nah, it's well, she's here.
She's only had about two minutes of trial time.
Well, I mean, I'm watching. I just can't always be here.
Yeah, and she's clearly, Karen Reed is guilty.
Clearly.
Yeah. I'm
She wants to move to Canton and be best buddies with Jen McCabe's.
She just seems
I
like
do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length? Back to the phone.
Couple minutes in length.
So you asked her if
That's what
this
she
would
said.
refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I
Trying to
know
watch
I
on
did
Jamie's
receive a phone
channel.
call from him, yes.
At that time?
I'm I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, you're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few. Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect you now?
You know, body language and I don't get along. Look at her eyes.
And don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times. No.
Who's she looking at? Is she looking at Brennan for an objection, or is she looking away thinking, fuck, we're going to go through this again. I lied and he's going to get me because I can't yell, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I think she's looking over at Lally.
Well, that or she's looking at Bev. Again, Bev is very cued in. As much as she doesn't pay attention to a lot, she is very cued in on certain witnesses and how their comfort level. So it's almost like Jen looks at Bev when she doesn't want to answer a question, or when she's like, I don't remember. Nothing refreshes me except Mass and Gil.
Yeah. And again, body language is body language, but this one, and again, anyone who will tell you they can read her mind by looking at her body language should probably say, nah. But we could all see she wasn't comfortable there.
No, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's 2 phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is
Fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
She's clearly looking at Brennan now that I see who's speaking now. She's clearly looking over at Brennan.
Things along. I appreciate that.
I think they prepped her and Carrie because both of them have done the same, and also Witten. If you get combobulated, we can do one of those objections that we just put in there to try and break the flow. And he's now, well, I don't, it's the form of the question. It's not the record, and no speaking objections, but he does a speaking objection, and she gets time to, fuck, I need to get my mind straight for this one.
She gives him a serious look, looks directly at him, and then immediately the next question, he objects. He doesn't really have a problem with anything that was said. He just, like the form or something was wrong.
Yeah.
It didn't sound like a leading question to me, but I'm not a lawyerologist.
The data coming. Okay.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along.
You can lead
I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or the?
May I approach one?
Yes.
Wait, this one? Yes.
the other document?
This one has the February 14th.
There you go.
Thank you for
Thank
being
you,
a
Mr.
member
Jake.
for
Taking
17
a look at
months.
that document.
Bever can't seem to keep from interjecting today. She's actually doing a good thing, in my opinion, because she said, do you remember? So move on. Or else they would have been doing the same stupid dance around the hot porridge. Could you remember, as I said here today? Could you remember, as I said here today? And you wouldn't get any answers. This way, the jury knows she doesn't know shit. And she said the words Jackson needed. I can't remember anything. And that's why he said, is that the same memory you relied on when you testified earlier? Yeah. That's the thing he needed her to say.
And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what you need. You don't need to go in there and say, do you remember that you called him at 2:26, 5:20? No, just get her, I don't know. And just, there's so many calls between her and the lead investigator, who we later will learn did a shitty investigation, which would lead to their Bowden defense and will also help with their third-party culprit defense.
The same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and
Just a little tidbit that I didn't catch that the great Olivia, of course, catched. How did Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert even know about the arrest or a plea of Karen Reed when Matt McCabe sent his group text at 4:35 on February 1st, 2022? Karen Reed wasn't arrested till 7:40 p.m., over 3 hours later.
Yeah.
Someone told them? They're not first of kin.
personally interviewed you, correct?
Do they have a Ouija board?
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there.
Yes.
In your home as well.
Interesting.
Yes. And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true.
You can
You're
tell that.
communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times.
I don't know who Larry is.
DUI guy.
We just
DUI guy.
What?
DUI guy.
Oh, he's representing a guy called Bao, a YouTuber who got arrested in the anti-First Amendment zone.
Records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
Oh, he didn't take any notes of
you met
that
him for
calls.
that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly.
Come on.
The interview with Trooper Tully.
When you do that exactly, you have to have the next follow-up. You don't start shuffling your papers.
No.
You have it right there in front of you so you can take it up and say, in the interview with Trooper Tully, didn't you state this on that day? That's what Alessi does. He has his notes ready.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is a bad look when you got a gotcha moment. You have to land the plane.
Yeah. But I think he also realized that, you know, it's going to do another one of those. I don't remember. Those are his words.
I don't recall.
Do you recall?
No, but you need to have it out there so that you're thinking, when he said exactly, you have to read it and show it to them so the jury
Well, here's
knows
your
he's full
statement
of
to
shit.
Tully that you said this.
Yeah, it was clumsy. It was.
Yeah.
Trooper Tully, that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023.
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's
That's
report?
his statement.
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
Find a
So
microphone.
again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I'd like to be seen.
Okay, move along. The question's been answered.
Tully, that
You're going to flop it on the table. Sip it down.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, it was
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No.
You can't.
It's a quote.
So this has been
question is
asked
yes and
and
no.
answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Shut up, Bev.
What
Do
are
you
you
deny,
objecting? He didn't object
As you
to
sit
that.
here,
Man.
telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read. Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Bev, what are you doing?
At that point, I would say, can you read the answer back to me because I didn't get it. I would take a stab at her right there and say, it's been answered. Okay, please read it back to me because I didn't get it. So she did or did not tell Trooper Tully that she met with them. Someone having a radio on in the background?
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one? Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between.
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, there were calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes.
That
correct?
is one talented
That evening,
ass.
I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with
Would have
family.
stayed on his voicemail while you sat there and chatted, man.
Inadvertently called his phone. I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next
Liar.
question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs? Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
So you do
When
you
you-
do know about them now. Don't lie.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone.
After you put your
right?
phone
You have
down?
an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And
7
that
and
iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also
But you hung it up.
requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
oh, burn.
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often? Make phone calls.
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
You can't. You have to click
I'm
on their
not sure.
name.
I don't
and
know
then
what to
tell
You
tell
have
you.
to go to their
There's a list of
contact
apps at the
info
bottom.
and then
Yes.
Messages,
Mhm.
phone, right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's it.
accidentally hit.
She's starting to talk over him again.
You cannot. I just
Baker, I
want-
hope you know you're muted if you're talking down there. We
Yeah.
can't see you.
I know.
yike.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
You totally can tell. Yeah, you have to go to their contacts.
You have your text and you have your phone. It's not the same. The only people you can accidentally let me just see if I have no.
She's trying to say when she's in the text app, you can call, like, oh, I must have called him. No, you can't, because I'm in my Apple iPhone text app right now, and there's no option to do that unless I click on the person's contact.
and I mean,
you
I-
can accidentally do it if you can hit that little one up there. Let's see what happens when I hit that little one up there.
See, yours is different than the Apple iPhone.
yeah.
But you would have to hit that little specific little bitty one up there to make it happen. If you have an Android.
If they
It's
were
not-
butt dials, they would go to John's phone and they would be picked up by voicemail. And then
Yeah,
there
that's
would
what
be
I'm saying.
7 different voicemails of "It's Raining Men" on John's phone. She is clearly lying. She knows she's lying. Alan Jackson knows she's lying. Everybody paying any damn bit of attention knows she's lying right now.
Yeah, and she but deleted them too. So after calling them, her butt kindly deleted them.
Yeah.
Yeah, to
What a
save her because
gentleman.
she has all those damn tabs open, so she needs the power.
The last thing, the last call, like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and
No, she's not. You
Bev!
should really instruct her to shut the fuck up and answer the questions.
finish.
Your Honor, let me approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
Go
you
up
should
Should
and
just
exactly
go
like,
on and explain outside of what Jackson is asking.
Yeah,
like,
she's constantly editorializing all her answers.
Alan Jackson,
Yeah.
if you're listening, take Baker's suggestion. Start asking the court reporter to read back the answer to the question.
Yes.
Because that'll only
Mr.
happen
Wolf?
3 or 4 times before Bev is like, okay, maybe we shouldn't do that anymore.
Mr. Wolf, get that note to Alan. Thanks. We
So
love when you
whatever
dig in things.
Question that's being asked of you. Okay.
You want that one?
When you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
It's touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you can choose the person to call, correct?
Yes. Sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And that happens to be the last dial. You scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way. Yes.
But if you get out of the app, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the record show. Yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does. Yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes, right?
There you go.
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be. Yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls. No.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that. No.
Well, you can't. There's phone records of it.
Yeah.
I'd
Otherwise,
like to
you
ask
would
you
have.
questions about January 29th a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure. Maybe around 11:30, 12. I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about? I'm confused. Are you talking about?
Check your eyes.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about? I'm confused. Are you talking about?
Let me rephrase.
She wants
the question.
an objection.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, you left here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What time
Okay.
did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
He's
You went
got a
upstairs, is
rattle.
that right?
She can't
Yes.
keep her,
You began to
her
engage with your
original
phone.
story
Yes.
straight anymore.
What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay. Yes. I think. Yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Mr.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that
You know
search
this is going.
early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay. It was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do
2:27 a.m. You don't remember
I do recognize it, but
2:27
it's not
a.m.
from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
and
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you
Bullshit.
Googled. I haven't gotten you yet. We're done.
So much.
I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
No. Just answer. If you Google
Yes
search
or no?
something at 2:27, it's a simple. Just say yes, and then they say, "Did you Google Hoslong?" No, I Googled Osmocock basketball because it's such a great game. My daughter made a quadruple Big Mac.
She thinks she's smarter because she thinks that she's gonna say, if she says yes, then she's admitting to the Google search, and that's not what he's asking. She's trying to be too smart.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
I would
Are
jump all
you
over this shit
asking me
too.
if I made a Google search at 2:27? I
Yeah.
don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it.
I was going to say, how about
You've
the
been
cops?
interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every
Mr.
time
Brennan?
you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you
Wait, so
denying
she's
that you made a
claiming
Google
she
search at
didn't do it? Fucking
She's
hell.
trying to fight the one Google search. She's not fighting the other one. She's trying to fight this
She
one.
just because she's an idiot. She's
She's an-
thinking on her feet and she's not running really fast. She just say, yes, I talked a lot about that Google search. And to this day, I will still say I never searched Hoslong to die in the cold at 2:27. I did it on behalf of your client at 6:23. I had used the same tab to Google search. You heard the expert talk about it. I don't know how it works. I just know I was looking at Hockomock Sports in the evening.
Well,
Yes, I've been
then-
asked a million times, and every time I've said I never searched Hoslong to die in the cold. That's the answer you need to give. You don't need to go and say, well, maybe I can. It's raining men. Have you ever heard that? I have a funny aunt who has an umbrella. It's so fun. It was raining outside. I don't know what's happening. Could it be that the snow interfered with my phone? I was spot dialing. I was spot searching. That makes you look like frantic. You just say, yes, I was Googling
You know what I
on
think
my
it
phone.
is? I think she's figured out that foundation has to be laid before something can come in. And I think she's trying to throw the foundation off by claiming she doesn't remember it, right? Which is what it would do.
Well,
However, didn't she already talk about it with Brennan? Like it's already in
Yeah.
the
She
Yeah.
talked about
conversation.
it. She went to her room and then she looked up the basketball game because it was a good game, and she looked on Ozones because her daughter was getting a scholarship offer.
Well, and
This-
she's working with a strategy that has worked. As soon as, she starts putting up any, I don't recall, you're not going to refresh me, Bev makes him move on. So when the, startled duck look over to, Brennan doesn't work,
Yeah, but
then
we already know there is searches because Ian Whiffen, and they can just prove that and say, okay, I'll refresh your memory. It doesn't refresh your memory. Well, we have an expert testifying this happened.
2:27 a.m.
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate
Bitch.
it.
Oh my God.
I have a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find a record that I did not take a read. Fine. Can we take a brief recess? 5 minutes.
Why not take the morning, the
I'll see
lunch
Council
break?
sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking.
No, Miss Little wants to go to sidebar.
yeah.
Quickly, so to have you take a recess. So the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon.
It's almost lunchtime anyway.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the.
I have heard nothing of that, but if she did, I would work with the Federal Bureau of Investigation before I work with Aiden.
Screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Why, asshole?
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel, it's that back.
Just take the lunch break.
Yeah, Bev,
Stop
just
the
let them
yelling.
take the lunch break.
Yeah, I don't know why they're just, yeah.
Bev, control your courtroom.
Yeah. It's not how
If
it's presented. Well, this is the download. Again, it's the original file. If the Commonwealth had used another one, they should be allowed to show the original download for Cellbrite. The only thing we will ever be told not to show is if the police makes our interpretation note next to it. That's the only thing we are not shown in Cellbrite records. The jury must be thinking, why are we having so many sidebars with this witness? Yeah, it's so stupid.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
$10, she says, I don't know what this is.
May I
I
approach?
can't tell if it came from my phone.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
Just on that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that
Again, this is a setup to impeach us with something later, but I think we need an expert to do that.
record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
She has the same lawyer that Dr. Turk had.
I object to her reading the record. I'll
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
No, at one time.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Haas Long to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Haas Long to Die in Cold. How Long
Show us the
TI
video.
Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve. Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? Or no?
Yes. Mhm.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident,
Did you build a timeline so you could remember what to say before you testified, you idiot?
and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia. Okay.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you.
Not the question.
Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
He's doing much
Are you
better today than
aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Yes. Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Is English everyone's second language in Canton? Because I feel like we have basic. So you're aware that you made a Google search. I searched something, but I don't know if it was 227. Okay, but can you concede that you made a search? If I don't see the report, I don't know that I made a search.
There's no way that she's absolutely playing stupid, right? Like she knows the 227 thing better than probably anybody else. She knows that it happened at 227. She knows that there's 3 separate experts that are here to argue over whether or not she did it at 227 or 623. Like she knows this. She absolutely knows this. She's being dense.
Please go look this morning video. Aiden said Nicole flipped. If she did, I good, but still, it would have to be the feds coming in and arresting a whole shit ton of people. Amongst one of them would be Nicole Albert, because
yes,
Coco was at the scene and helped cover it up. So I don't know what Aiden have said. I hope it's true. I hope every one of these assholes gets called out. But Nicole is Jen's sister, so it'll be. But again, the first one who sings gets the best deal.
I'm going to put on my speculation hat for a second because that's how the FBI. That's how the FBI operates. They, especially in something like this, they'll find the weakest link, right? And Nicole Albert is probably the weakest link because otherwise she's got how many kids? 4 kids growing up without any parents at all.
Yeah.
Listen, your husband's already going to prison
on
for the
this.
next 30
Just one
years.
question on this, please, Mr. Jones.
Have you become aware
orphans
from
essentially
any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
Liar.
Yeah. You talked.
You've reviewed the video.
She's barely breathing
from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
She's back to being Gen 1.0.
Yep.
She's in attack position. You can see shoulders hunched forward. She ready to go.
She's got her breath.
Yeah, she knows she's fucked. But because he has not gotten anywhere with her, and he's not going to get anywhere. That's why she can say it. Yeah, until you see something concrete and not just someone saying it, I would hold off on getting excited. Aiden might be right, but let's wait and see what happens. Jemima,
sure.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I
Absolutely smart.
I am trying to keep an eye on the tweets, and if anything would have happened like that, we would probably have seen half a day in court and a lot of faces like this one.
I think it spooked a great many people to learn that
hell
the
yeah.
DOJ was watching and following this case, and it continues to follow it. I think people were not aware of that, and I think, again, speculation. These are classic, hey, you have the most to lose, and you are the least, involved. Would you like to turn and?
But my favorite idiot, Plevin, who has a good friend called Anonymous Mass Lawyer, I might call that mass lawyer Plevin as well. I don't know why. I'm not sure I even understand. That's not the right words. I'm not sure I even understand what the defense is insinuating about this visit to Sergeant Lang's house. Lang is a local cop. He had no role in the investigation at this point. How would such a meeting with Carrie Roberts, no less, conceivably further any conspiracy or cover-up?
You're an idiot, Plevin.
Plevin's best friend. I can't say that word.
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
Whoa.
So of course,
Whoa. She claimed that statement was made in the presence of a female EMT. I don't know how many times.
Yeah.
Not the.
And now all of a sudden it's just the two of you?
No, this is the Googling. Carrie said I was standing.
I hit him.
You're right.
I was standing outside of the car when she did it. She had sent Carrie off.
Yeah.
Oh, lady,
that was in the
do
back
me a
of the
favor.
squad car.
Take your bony ass and don't try and think on it. Because every time you open your mouth and try to be smart, you're actually ruining it for everyone else.
So this was when they supposedly the three of them were in the back seat, and it's been that story ever since it came out, right? Ever since it came out, it was her, Carrie Roberts, and Karen Reed in the back seat of a squad car when this happened. never got caught on cam. Then Carrie Roberts admitted that she wasn't in the back of the squad car when it supposedly happened. And
She was
because their
standing with the
timeline-
door open.
Yes, that was Jen's news story, I think. Carrie, I don't even think said that. I think Carrie said
No,
she
no.
didn't know anything
Carrie
about
said
it.
she was standing with an open door, and but she didn't hear it. She heard.
There you go.
Jen tell her. After.
Now Jen's saying that she sent her off and it was just the two of them. That's brand new information that's never been mentioned before ever.
Yeah.
Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word
Sent off.
only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Mhm.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me. She said this. Then Carrie and someone was writing it down for us.
That is
That would
comparing.
be
That is comparing and
sister.
contrasting.
who?
She was a
It was
teacher.
my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
D nice.
Calvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
Oh, call her as a witness.
Where are we going with
So she
this?
witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this.
Any lawyers in chat, can they demand that she gets sequestrated and then call her as a witness later now?
I believe so, yeah. She is
Yeah.
a witness to
Why
the
was-
facts of this case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why
They
is
made
she in
her a
there
witness
watching
by
testimony?
having her write everything down.
Yeah, but shouldn't they then make her sequestered so she can't listen to and form the questions?
This case.
Yeah.
Yes.
And about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about that.
Fine. Here's some beer money. I believe you called that this trap was being set up on the first day of testimony, that someone had to be lying. Winning, called it.
Well,
Yes,
that's
sir.
that's
Aftermath of everything.
that's a 10-yard field goal. That someone
It's
was
still-
lying in this case.
It's on the board, baby. It's on the board.
Ms. McCabe,
That's
the
all
fact
I'm
is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that
Yeah.
you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosslong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted
Can I go to jail?
a
for
Google search off your
perjury?
phone?
That's
You ever been
funny.
asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it. Yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never
Did you
made
ask
the
somebody else
search.
to delete it for you?
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when
Miss Babe?
you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
Gotcha, bitch.
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420.
I hate this exhibit because you can't hear anything.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf. Did you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I'm just a soccer mom.
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Now I hate the split screen. They should take it off when we're seeing evidence.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Can you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Ms. Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Ms. Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop at 741, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 856? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
Only her talking to the cops.
In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCain?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
This is the second time she's called her Miss Reed.
Okay.
To be fair, I always want to call Jen
This will be from
Karen.
10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
We'll go ahead and play it.
She's such a meek little wallflower who never takes charge of anything. She's just a soccer mom.
Been a head coach for a basketball team for like 15 years. Never takes charge of anything.
How was she talking to anyone? I thought it was whiteout conditions and you couldn't see anything. How does she know where to talk to?
Yeah, that's like, that is rookie stat snow, people. Come on. Right, Lefty?
Did you see yourself in that
People
video?
think that's a blizzard?
Yes, you did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk.
Mr. Woke?
Everybody's getting a new name today.
It's Friday. New
Show
name.
the video.
Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay, and
Yes.
that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last one.
I really want to see the timestamps. Does Ms. Reed put in the car? Oh, I'm picking this a little bit more. Come on, let's be the time where she Google
Wolk, can you
searches.
pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
Can't see that yet.
Okay, Robert's got into the car.
I haven't seen her pull out her phone. Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, just one more.
Why you always lying?
That's a good jam, though. God bless you, Internet.
I want to see Denise.
That's my jam.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe,
Weird statement to make.
when that gurney moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Oh, turned her back on it.
Yeah.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene,
I appreciate your misspellings.
when you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation, high intensity emergency situation,
Yes.
correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes,
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes,
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
yes,
You knew that minutes counted, right?
yes,
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
correct.
This man
She turned her back when they
Push John
rolled-
O'Keefe past her.
Yeah. But it was not on purpose.
was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes,
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who were trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
yes,
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes,
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes,
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
yes.
You didn't say, this is my friend.
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
How much would it change if you said, there's a man or my friend is passed out in the snow? It
Yeah,
would change exactly nothing.
Same,
Zero.
same.
You would get the same question, is he alive? Is he still breathing? Get exactly the same question after. Because let me tell you a little secret, brother. Sergeant Goody has a clipboard in front of him where he has to ask some standard questions that he put into the computer. He doesn't care if you say friend, neighbor, hobo, whatever you say. He'll just chat in unresponsive mail found at Fairview 34.
The bigger red flag from this to me is the fact that she has an excuse about her language, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you just in the moment said it that way, like this wouldn't be a big deal. You wouldn't fight this. You wouldn't, oh, well, I chose the information that it's just what came out of my mouth, y'all. You know what I mean? Like her fighting this is a bigger or as big of a red flag to me as the wording she used at the time.
And again, if she had said, it's John O'Keefe, he's a Boston cop, he's lying outside of my brother-in-law's house, he's also a cop. You could have cleared the road with the tire churning speed
there would have
that every
so
cop
many cops
in the Tri-County area would have spent to get there.
Did you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John?
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
Why didn't you knock on your
comes to
sister's
everyone
door?
equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Gary Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained in first responder? Someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress. Someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you can't
Everything
do
you could
shit
do for
because
John.
you're not a
Brian.
trained first responder. Again, this is good. If he can keep it so she seems this, don't keep yammering on, because everyone sitting in there, he needs to say, is there any reason why you didn't take your mobile phone while you were on with 911? You know the girls were taking care of him and ran up and got Brian. Any reason? Oh, you're just focusing on John. Would it have helped John more if you had gotten someone trained instead of two women who didn't know anything? He needs to put that in there.
Yeah.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I
Well, I
was
wasn't
calling
thinking-
them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Harry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered.
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't
No.
answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were
How would
asleep.
you know
All
that?
you knew was there was a
know?
significant
Someone brought up a good point. So you're going over to take over. Tell Carrie to run up and bang on the front door and scream like a banshee.
man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You
No.
solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never
She is
came in
clean.
the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried.
You don't know that, though.
You knew.
She did. She did know that.
Didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, luncheon break.
Exactly. Good one, AJ. Got it.
Shut up,
next to
Jamie.
him.
We need to know when we have to check.
Jurors, luncheon break. I'll take 20.
What?
40 to 45 minutes, I think.
40, 45 minutes. Thank you,
It says
Jamie. Now
40,
you can yell.
45 minutes, but that means 2 hours and 45 minutes. So
She's been on the stand.
She's claimed countless times that it didn't register until later, much later, about the taillight and about the I hit him. She said it was just crazy talk in the moment. There's no way that she put that together up until this very second on the stand to know that nothing had gone on in the house.
Exactly, Nala. No, exactly. She was sitting there saying, she's saying all this crazy stuff, and I don't even know what's going on. But at that moment, you're calling, you're trying to say you knew it was Karen. She said she hit him. I had nothing to worry about. You are a lying sack of shit.
Bullshit.
I for one has changed my mind because, as you know, I always go to the internet to get the real takes. Jen McCabe is coming across incredibly composed and credible. Alan Jackson, on the other hand, is flailing and grasping at straws. Every single question is a swing and a miss. At this point, she's making his case fall apart.
What in the name of unholy ungodliness? She
That
looks
is
like the redheaded doctor from Scrubs. The male redheaded doctor changed my mind.
That is not even Jen McCabe. Like, quit trying to make her look pretty. It's not going to work.
It's just, well, to the newbies, newcomers, and late
Welcome
joiners,
aboard.
because the West Coast has woken up. I wasn't a fan Wednesday with the way it ended. I thought he was giving her way too much time to grandstand, and I thought it worked. I have to say he still has a little bit of a tendency to beat a dead horse, which is waste of time. You can go on to a living horse. Jamie, don't beat up horses.
He has to, though. She's being
Jamie,
evasive.
no one has to beat a horse to death.
Well, no one
This
has to
is
beat cats either, but you do it. So
This is why I can't have Jamie on, because she's constantly going, can we beat a horse to death? No, Jamie. But it would be good for views. No, Jamie.
yeah.
Why was the dog not barking like a rabid dog with all the commotion going on in front yard? Dan Davis, thank you for supporting over on most channel. And
Yes,
I can
thank
only
you so
tell you,
much.
it's because Chloe had a little bit of a problem with the devil's letters. She had gotten into the stash. She had the munchies, and now she was sleeping in the basement in front of the TV playing The Great Lebowski. And so instead of barking, she was doing the sound all the time. That's why Chloe wasn't really up to it. And then you say, why didn't Brian Albert, a first responder of many a year, react with all the light out? But that's because him and Coco had smexy time the night before. And as you all know, when your world get rocked, gentlemen, you sleep real well after. And I've seen Coco. And I'm just saying, ain't no Eastern European, Ukrainian girls can do what she can do. She has this trick with a water hose, ping pong ball, and a little, they call it the tickler. And
I'm not sure if that's the same Coco, Baker. That might have been a different Coco.
I watched it on the Hub, and I put in Coco. And let me just say, that girl was skilled. Lefty says, beat a dead horse. What is this? One of my streams? No, you beat up living horses. I came into Lefty. Lefty is playing a video game and beats a horse.
I forgot to beat a horse.
Terrible. So what time we got to be back here? 1:50-ish?
About 3 hours.
10-2.
So 1:50-ish?
Yeah.
Let's go get some food.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go have a party.
Let's go get some food. I'm hungry, y'all. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I know I am starving, but that's because I made French onion
and
bacon
Ralphie
soup.
asked me,
So I'm like,
French
bacon.
onion bacon soup?
I make French onion, add bacon.
Yeah. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
I'm okay with it.
I just have one thing, because Ralphie asked me the other day, because she didn't know about the wonderful tradition we have in Denmark, that we all know and love, Jamie especially, we have that tradition to fight Satan by beating cats in a barrel, as normal people do. And then Ralphie found out that when you're 25 years old and unmarried, your friends can chuck cinnamon at you. It's just because you haven't been married yet, so get on to it.
This is something that happens in your culture once again.
Okay, the sticks or the
My
powder?
culture, this is what should happen in every culture. We are the superior.
No, well, it doesn't happen in our culture.
No, and see where America is heading. I'm just saying. By the way, when you turn 30 and are still not married,
they turn to
you
bricks.
throw pepper at people.
Pepper?
And actually, back in the day, if you were a 30-year-old lady unmarried, you would then, instead of be called a spinster, you would just be called a pepper maiden until you got married. It has taken quite a turn, especially in the more rural areas where my daughter lived. They can fill up, like, manure spreading machines. They'll clean out the manure first, of course, with cinnamon water and just hose people down with cinnamon. They have air cannons where you will be put in safety goggles, masks, and everything. People are going crazy. Back, I was married before I was 25, so I never had it. But back in my day, we just chucked a bag of cinnamon in someone's face. Well, all of us did, but.
But how do you wait? Is this like you just round up all these people in the town square?
No, you have a party. You go out and
Okay, losers and incels come today.
Yeah,
when you're 25, you don't do as much as you do when you're 30. But when you're 30, all your friends will, well, if you have someone who's a little technical and skilled, they will build, if let's say you are a mechanic, they can build a tractor out of oil drums and put it in your front lawn, so you wake up with a couple of 1,000 pounds of metal scrap formed like a tractor. So you're really, yay. And then at some point when you're out drinking that night, they will tie you to something and then just chuck cinnamon in your face.
That sounds
Jamie,
like
it's to
kidnapping
try
and
and
assault.
get you married.
That's
How
terrible.
does cinnamon help you? I mean, I understand that a lot of chicks like pumpkin
That's why
spice
you.
latte, but I don't get
That's
it.
why you upgraded when you're 20, when you're 30 to pepper. Pepper used to be really expensive.
You know, yeah, I would. If Mr. Mo came home with some premium pepper, catch.
Some of that pink pepper. Ooh.
Yeah, that's expensive. Szechuan pepper.
I'm not saying number 8 would be on the way, but 9 months later there would be trouble.
Yep. I'm naming it pepper.
Geez, Baker, Kentucky Derby weekend. Go easy on the dead horse theme, will you? Sorry, I will not make any glue jokes.
I make no promises about gelatin, though.
That's pretty good.
That's great.
Oh. This is proper impeachment. You ask if she denies it, move on. You don't let her explain much better today. Having her deny it allows her former statements into the record. Refreshing doesn't, yeah. But he has to ask the question before he can impeach her, because then he can say, oh, you can't remember it today. And then he can say, well, previously. And it's a technical thing. We're not racist. We'll throw stuff at everyone. This is very...
Yes,
we like
we do.
assaulting everyone. Come to Denmark. Pure Denmark. Because I'm just thinking of the pure Michigan
kill
things.
cats in a barrel, and then we chuck condiments at people.
Do you long for the old days where we battled Satan by beating cats in a barrel? You know, chucking cinnamon and pepper at your local spinster. Well, come to Denmark. Pure Denmark.
Oh, we don't use Carolina Reaper. Could be fun though. But some people have gotten really, really hurt with this because in the beginning they didn't put on the mask, so they inhaled a lot of that cinnamon. That's a problem.
See, and my American behind would be like, oh, it's fancy, so I'll bring the stick cinnamon, and I get charged with battery because I didn't understand the joke.
It's just so weird that this is a lifelong. Do you cut the tips of the socks on men who get married?
No.
No.
What?
Why would we do that?
If somebody ruined all my socks, you know how pissed off I'd be?
No, you
Jesus
only do it
Christ,
for the
Baker.
pair he's wearing at the wedding. But it's because in Denmark, to go out and flirt with a woman and try to get in a relationship, it's called to make your socks green. A perfectly cromulent word. And then when you get married, you'll cut the tips off because then you can't go out and make your socks green with another woman. It makes sense.
How did you guys reproduce? Because there's a lot of foot action in there that I don't think you understand. I mean, I was confused about how babies happen.
No, Mo, I don't think you understand.
Well, I figured it out once in a while.
Everyone is allowed to kiss the bride and the groom when the bride or the groom leaves the room, right?
There's we have something similar. There's like the dollar kiss thing, right? Where you can go up and
the dollar dance.
For $1. Yeah, whatever.
Possibly not in a Baptist church, though, where I got married.
No, it's at the party. Whenever the other leaves the room, all the women can come kiss the groom, and all the men can come kiss the bride.
No,
if one of
not
them
like
goes
that.
to the toilet.
Not like that, no.
No, we don't do
Wonder
that.
America's at the state it's in. I want to point something out. Peggy was giddy during Jen's testimony last year. Now look at her when the camera pans that way. Very different. I think they have been told to ease up with the show of emotion from the family. And I love that Dr. Neberknacker on Twitter is, Mr. Reed is an asshole, and he's been doing this and that and this and that. Have you seen polo balls?
Well,
maybe in Appalachia. The rest of the country, no. Well, let's be honest. Weddings in Appalachia, even if it has the grandparents, the happy couple and the kids, it's still 3 people. Jamie.
Jen! Misreads.
Yes.
Jen!
Get cut and dry. Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right? Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl.